YouTube. I keep forgetting to press that freaking button. Art trade with chat is win. What's art trade? Are you familiar with Ocean World? No. I want to write a children's book. I have a cute character, but I'm not a writer or a drawer. So it's in my imagination. You should draw it. I am a big proponent of people finding their dreams. I guess they leaked the what this character was about. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 3 is the Age 1000 game announcement. YouTube playlist created by Bandai Namco Southeast Asia. LOL. They couldn't even keep that secret, bro. That's rough. I hope they change a few things in who is the character. That's 1000. It's just like every Xenoverse game has a custom created character as the main character. And basically you can replace that custom, like that main character with your own OC basically. Right? And they gave him sauce. The first two sucked. Here, let me see if I can find it. Xenoverse 1 CAC. Here, like this is the first not this guy. This one. This was the custom created character for Xenoverse 1. Right? They tried to make him saucy, but like he don't got much sauce going on. This is a better picture of him. Right? I guess his name is Ace. Right? This is a better picture, but it's still like, you know, Xenoverse 2's CAC. Way worse, bro. Way worse. Just a sauceless loser, bro. I don't even know what his name is. Hold on. This is all in Spanish. Why did I go to the Spanish one? This was the Xenoverse 2 protagonist. I didn't get that. Ugh. Just sauceless, bro. It is just an immediate downgrade. An immediate downgrade. Can you get better drip though? Yeah, but like, you can just make your own character. You know what I mean? They have him like in this like weird like dual scouter thing, bro. I got it, man. Float like a butterfly, sting like my fucking hands, bro. Thing is, they made a stank face with how they animated his hair in the trailer. Xenoverse 3 was so peak. Yeah, this is the let's show you the Age 1000. Also here, I want to look at this as well. Age 1000. This is the CAC, the custom created character, the protagonist for Xenoverse 3. Now you may think, Sean, he doesn't have that much sauce. Just wait. Just wait. They gave him a little hip hop backing track. Sauce. But it gets better. Sauce. $2027. Again, I think he's the most sauced up. The most sauced up one. The second most sauced up one is, I think, Ace. This guy. You know, he got sauce. But I think he's trying a bit too hard. You know, he's like, he has like the Piccolo cape going on. He has like the Trunks attire, just a recolored Trunks attire. He has the red hair because he's cool and edgy. You know what I mean? I think he's trying too hard to be like, yeah, I'm a cool guy. He's like, to be fair, Ace is what you think about when you think about like Dragon Ball OC. Yeah. Well, my OC has like the Trunks jacket and the Trunks pants, and he has the Piccolo cape, and he has a scouter on, and he has this hair that's like the Gohan hair, but it's like red because he's like Super Saiyan God. You know what I mean? That's kind of like what Ace kind of comes across as. This guy, I don't even know his name, just feels like a guy. You know what I mean? He just feels like he's just a guy. He's just a dude. He has a jacket. Okay. He's a double scouter, which looks lame. He has a ripped jeans. Right? And I think this could have worked. This guy could have worked. One, take away the scouter, please. It's so lame. Take away the scouter. Or give him a normal scouter. Right? And make him an android. Androids dress like this. Androids are the only fighters in the series that basically dress like this as a normal outfit, right? They look like you know, pretentious teens or whatever, because that's what they look. That's what they do, right? They are teens that turn into monsters, basically. Make them an android. Release an android class for Xenoverse 2, right? An android race, and make this guy an android and be the face of the androids. That would have been cool. That would have been interesting. But he just looks like some guy, right? He looks like some dude. But then they swerve back around.
Let's talk about this. I haven't watched.
It made this guy, who just has a little bit of drip. Anyway, that's my announcement. I'm making a short little manga series. Dragon Ball fan manga. Eyes 2 Blue. Well, he's like mid transformation here. Or should FD cover that drama? I was going to, but actually I'd rather watch FD cover what wait, okay. Kai's rebranded stuff as hell. Oh my goodness. If he says what I said in this video, I'm gonna crash out.
Animated Sarah just subscribed. 32 months POG.
Did they give it a 32 months? But Anti-Story sent this. I want to look at this a little bit. And then there's also a Dean versus Tashika video from Foreign. It was an hour and 15 minutes. He's avoiding the comic display and drama. I'm not avoiding it. It's just not the most, you know, interesting thing in the world. That drama is dark. That's why it's kind of funny because like, I mean, I didn't cover it, but I referenced it. I referenced it a while ago because I had both Tashika and Dean in my chat at the same time, as well as a bunch of people who were friends with Tashika and a bunch of people who were friends with Dean and people who hated Tashika and hated Dean, all in my TikTok chat at one time. A long time ago. I'm telling y'all, chat, I'm on the cutting edge of this stuff. You feel me? I'm seeing drama before people even know that it exists. You know? Before people even know that it exists. Just a live versus live. Kind of. It's Dean, I think, being called racist for something happened with Tashika and people being like, no, Tashika told Dean to off himself or whatever. So it was something, bro. It was something. Are you waiting until March? No shade. Are we here for that? Yes, somebody came into my chat and because I was talking about Dean and somebody came into my TikTok chat. I was like, Dean did this to Tashika, and somebody else said, well, Tashika did this for Dean or to this to Dean, and this way didn't like her. And then Tashika came in, and when I was clowning on Dean, and then Dean came in when I was clowning on Dean, and I think they may have went back and forth a little bit in the comment section. It was a whole thing. You know what I mean? It was a whole thing, right? And I was like, listen, no shade, I'm not touching that. I was like, no shade, I'm not touching what's going on here, right? We're gonna stay focused. Because people were like, you should talk to Tashika, and I was like, listen, I'm not touching that. Not touching it. That happened months ago. You feel me? That happened months ago. I'm telling you, if you want tomorrow's drama today, you come here. You know, that's my new slogan. The Shonda Black stream. If you want tomorrow's drama today, you just wanted John Dean, which was funny until he showed up. I disagree. It was funny even after he showed up. So that's how I
Tom Holland.
That's how I feel. As he shows up again and he sees this. I mean, I'm not live on TikTok, so it probably won't happen. But I could go live on TikTok.
Chat, what are we?
Okay, here's what I do. I want to see this video. It's only 7 minutes. I want to see this video about FD's take on Kai Cenat's rebrand being suspicious, and then I want to look at, this video about his crash out, because apparently it was very similar to what I've said. Because I need the drama.
What is our perspective on Kai Cenat and what he's doing right now? What are the extremes to land in?
Yo. Thank you.
Between, because I gotta say, there's a part of me that is extremely cynical looking at this, and there's a part of me that is holding space. You know, and while we're at it, I guess we got to talk about this man.
Me so mad. Imagine giving it to this man boy.
Going back to that goofy comment, right? This idea that there's no space for black men in media is just false. There's conversations to be had about what voices among black men are amplified and which ones are not. Speed, Kai Cenat in particular, has a really shitty history. Let me just keep it a buck. I've warmed up to Speed, because although Speed isn't overt, the way he's been moving for years now gives me the sense that Speed has a lot of good in him, and he's purposely making distance between him.
Yes. Okay. I just remembered what I wanted to talk about, and we will be going live on TikTok to cover it. Have y'all heard of Subway Queens? Have y'all heard of Subway Queens on TikTok? New drama? It is new drama. Hot off the presses. Hot off the presses. Sounds racist already? Oh, yeah. Oh, very much so. It is tomorrow's drama today. This is the lady who was racist on the subway. I fully ignored it. Yes, it is. Oh, we're talking about that, bro. We are talking about that. That's yesterday's drama. No. That's tomorrow's drama because it hasn't been picked up by the mainstream yet. That's why it's tomorrow's drama today. It happened yesterday. We're talking about it today. It'll get picked up tomorrow. That's how it goes. Or more like it happened 2 days ago. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. But here, let's continue with this.
And some of the ne'er-do-wells in that streamer space. He's maturing because you also remember a lot of these dudes been famous or internet famous since they were like teenagers. Like I have a 12-year-old, right? So in 6 years, my 12-year-old could be as big as Speed was 2 years ago. There's something to engaging with the fact that these are very, very young men, and I doubt I would have been much better at their age. Well, no, I would have, but it's not atypical behavior.
I mean, I was.
Their age.
You know what I mean? So like, this is why I kind of hate the idea that like young men are just kind of owed being shitty people. You know what I mean? Like they just get a shitty person pass when they're from the age of like 10 to 18 and even longer. Like the men get freaking coddled. You know what I mean? For even older and younger. This is just how men are treated in society holistically, right? Is that like they get coddled in all stages of their existence, right? And somehow it's like we have to just kind of accept that, like, oh no, this guy was a shitty person. Well, that's just how all guys are. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. There are a bunch of young men, right, who are not bad people. Our society rewards being bad people. It rewards the spectacle. It rewards the crash out, right? And so that's a problem with the way society operates, right? But like this idea that like, oh no, it's a given that somebody's a bad when they're younger. I think it's kind of projection because the people who are saying that were bad when they were younger, you know? People were saying that were mean-spirited when they were younger.
Right? At the same time, I'm not ready to give Kai a pass yet. I don't know what to make of Kai just yet. Kai got to show me a little more. I guess let me describe what's happening. So,
I mean, let's see. Did Kai ever post on his channel again? Am I still being vindicated? Am I still being vindicated? Yep, hasn't posted in over a month. I told you a month ago, chat. I told you 1 month ago. I said, I don't think Kai is going to post on this channel again. And it's been a month, he hasn't posted anything. No more reading, no more working out. Did he stop trying to better himself? Or hear me out, was it just a marketing ploy, right? Was it just a marketing ploy to push Yvette? You know? No. He stopped posting before people, he stopped posting. Again, his last reading video was on the day, on January 13th. That was the day he posted his Vivette launch video. You know what I mean? It was for his bachelor, Mr. Right? Yeah. Which is why people who called it performative were correct. Is that a person or a company? That is Kai's fashion brand. Maybe he'll read all the books ever cope. Sorry. Nix is pulling me away from my desk. There should be a way for you to lock your chair, your rolling chair, so it doesn't roll anymore.
A few months ago, after I think one of his like super stream activities, Kai cut his hair and went ghost. And then he popped up a few weeks ago talking about mental health, yada, 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 with a whole different energy, even looking different low key. And from what I understand, he made a secret channel where he's just been reading. And what has become apparent is that he's not the greatest reader. He's not a bad reader. That's the thing that makes it so funny. Well, not funny, but like me look at people funny. And so people are making fun of him for having to look up words. It's like, anyway, let's
why
read
I
it.
love her. Then it makes my love for her conditional. Shit. On those specific traits or actions, as if I could.
Okay, this is very performative. I'm sorry. I can't with. I don't think it's genuine, bro. I don't think it's genuine.
Stop loving her if she doesn't do them. This is of course is not true. That's a good way to think about it. At that moment, I finally realized that McKenna couldn't list reasons why she loved me because her love for me was unconditional. While there are that's a good point. While there are things she loves about me, there are no reasons why she loves me. If she had reasons, it would mean she only loved me if I were exemplifying those traits. Her love for me is not based on my mood or what I do. Her love for me goes beyond all reasons and does not come from.
Can y'all tell what book this is?
Reciprocal.
Don't believe everything you think. Atomic Habits. Oh, this is the one that went viral. People are making fun of for this.
How do I pronounce it? Spontaneity. How do I pronounce that? Spontaneity.
I will say this is the most real video I've seen of Kai. This is the one that went viral. People got mad at him for. I will say, out of everything I've seen of Kai, this is the most real video, bro. You never been reading a word being like, bro, is that a word? I've never seen that word before. And then you gotta look it up and be like, oh, abstract. Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I get that. I understand. Yeah, I feel that. You feel me? You're not gonna know every word. You're not gonna know how it's pronounced. There are people who are very accomplished readers and writers who've only seen words written in context and thus started using them in their own works, but they don't even know how to say it. That's why you get this dichotomy between how people say different words. Right? You're just like, oh, I thought it was I don't have a good example of it. But you know what I mean.
Spontaneity. First off, I got how many degrees do I got? 1, 2.
All right, we don't need these flexing, bro. We don't need these flexing. Chill.
3. Do I only have 3 degrees? No, hold up. Bachelor's, 2 masters. I guess I only got 3. I like to say 3.5. Trying to figure out how to get back into school. So flex on the right. Y'all know how much I fuck up words. Y'all know. If you are an FD Signifier fan, you know my ass cannot talk 45% of the time, right? I can't tell you what it is. Sometimes it's like that. You know what I'm saying? And so people laughing at him is whack. And I think there's something really dope about him going through a public self-help process. I'm not a huge fan of.
If it was genuine, he stopped it. And that's my main problem. If he even posted reading again a single time after launching his launch video, I would have less to say about it. You know what I mean? If he posted it a single other time after launching his clothing brand, I would have less to say about it. But he hasn't. He hasn't. He did a month-long prelude of reading, and he stopped it the exact same day he launched his clothing brand. You know what I mean? And so he's not actually trying to better himself, right? He's performing to get people to pay attention to him to launch his new endeavor, his new brand, right? And while it's good that kids see him reading anyway, even if it is performative, there's also a negative to that. There's also a bad side to that, because there's a world where kids take away the idea that it's okay. It's fine to read only so far as you get something from it. You know what I mean? Like, not that learning and growing is a continual endeavor that you will always be doing, and there's always more to read, there's always more to learn. It's, oh, you can just read until, like, if you're a month out from doing your senior capstone, just read for that month. And then after you're done with the capstone, you just stop. Right? Because that's kind of what Kai did. Right? He read for a month, launched his brand, and then just stopped. right? Or at least stopped doing it in this way. You know? Because that's why people are calling it performative. Because he did stop. Right? And I said back then, when Kai first launched it, I said only time will tell if this is actually performative or not, and whether or not he sticks with it. And he didn't. So.
Self-help books, personally, I feel like the self-help industry, like most industries under capitalism, is just fundamentally not good. But somebody asked, why public self-help? I will come back to that, Jay Go Crazy. Well, no, actually, that's where I'm going. Considering how obnoxious his presence online has been for years now, right? And how influential he is on a younger generation, there's value in him having a public transformation into something that's more or less noxious to society. You know what I'm saying? This is a positive thing. In a world of Aiden Rosses, if Kai Cenat moves into a different space and manages to take a chunk of his audience with him, that's a good thing. But it's kind of like that thing with accountability. It's like, so let's talk about Speed again, right? So Speed's in Africa. And shout out to Bamise and Turb and Think Peace and a couple of people. They got some Speed takes coming out. Because Speed being in Africa isn't a benign thing. It's not just all positive. There's something to say about this. But this is also fucking beautiful, right? In the age of ADOS and FBA, to have one of the most popular young black men go to Africa, be embraced, have positive experiences, show off the beauty of the continent. There's dopeness to be had there, but the problems of Africa are very complex, and he is not absolved of how he's participating in those at the same time. Like racing a cheetah, that's fucking awesome. I'm sorry. The rule of cool. I don't care what is problematic about this. I don't care what angle you about to tell me, whether it's environmental or cultural or racial, whatever. Anytime I see a nigga run against a cheetah, I'm happy. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna just leave it at this. I am 43 years old, and at a minimum, I should not be the voice you engage with the most around what to make of these young niggas. I have my suspicions, I have my critiques, I have my concerns, but Reduxity just dropped a great video about Kai, and I know that both Turb and I believe Think Peace are coming out with content around Speed soon. As people who are of this culture, because like I don't watch streamers, I don't watch stream clips. Only stream clips I watch are probably like Hassan's podcast clips every once in a while of random people. But like I do not get like this. There's a reason why I don't play any other games no more.
Right? Yeah.
I went and bought this expensive ass supercomputer to play video games on, thinking I was gonna get more into like gaming content, to only find out one, that shit wasn't making no money. And then two, I really hate playing video games with an audience unless it's Tekken. Like Tekken.
I mean, I get that. I hate playing games with y'all too, chat. Not gonna lie.
Because like it's so stop and start that I can still get into the game. I think I played Silk Song on stream one time, and it wasn't horrible, but like I would just rather play Silk Song. I love video games too much to play them and then pay attention to a chat at the same time. Thank you, Bellamy. I like turning my brain off when I play. Oh, I didn't finish with the point that I think Kai Cenat is about to sell us something. Low key. To be cynical. I
mean, he already has, right?
Branding exercise. And I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he has. And I said how awesome it feels to be a black person and going to a place where everyone is black and being around just for people without white people's superiority. I've never been to Africa. I'll go at some point eventually. I just haven't been myself. Anyway, I want to look at this one as well.
United last night. We're talking J. Cole, and I get this comment, and I want to point out, I had to play not contrarian. I wasn't being.
Wait, is this it? Hold on. This isn't about Gavin Newsom. Was I lied to about what this was about? Andy Story sent this and said, FD arrived at the same take Sean had like 2 years ago at this point, which is don't endorse Dr. candidates when you can pressure them to don't endorse candidate in general. A candidate 2.5 years out from the election in general. That is not. I'm afraid. Dang, I was lied to. It's in there later in the clip. Oh, okay, I want to skip to that.
Of course, so there's problems with that. But I'm a black person of relative privilege within the
All right.
about checklists. Like in my old house, I at least worried about the police, but I didn't worry about them that much because I know when I roll down the window and talk to the police 7 times out of 10, I'm going to be able to speak to them in a way and present in a way that I'm not going to be as stressed.
If you never watched the full
compared
thing,
to
sure.
So Culture United last night, we're talking J. Cole, and I get this comment. And I want to point out, I had to play not contrarian. I wasn't being contrarian. I just had the outside opinion on a lot of things. I wasn't in my comfort zone chat. So like I was saying things and there were people in there that's like,
I also said, like, I love FD. There's no disrespect. I'm so envious of these YouTube views, bro. I wish my streams could bang like this. One day. One day.
You know,
like this.
so I wasn't devil's advocate. I was speaking my truth the whole time. You can go watch it. Please go watch it. It's good. It was a good conversation around everything. But like we got to the Bad Bunny concert.
I think it helps that he has a very successful YouTube channel. So like people like know his face. And I'm a streamer predominantly. And Twitch has no discoverability. So getting people to know who you are is already difficult. And that's an issue. That's a problem. How do we solve that? I have no idea.
And I said kind of what I said in the video released yesterday, which is like it's important to properly situate, you know, political messaging in popular media, yada 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 yada.
Twitch.
And so I'm
streaming live on YouTube, so that helps.
Slightly a bit annoyed by certain people in the chat in general. But I was fine because this isn't the first time I've had a chat not be on my side, right? But then somebody did this comment, and this comment triggered me, and I was like, you know what? I gotta go to bed. It's late. Let me just go ahead and keep it 100 for a second. And I may have kept it a little too real.
I feel like FD demonizes anyone he doesn't agree with. I find it too extreme.
Let me crash out on this comment and leave real quick. I hate these motherfuckers. I hate y'all so fucking much. Y'all some, I wish I could write a little bitch verse about you bitch ass niggas that complain about vague shit that you find too extreme. You bitch ass niggas that complain.
Means would have the very same similar reaction as I edited this.
Complain about vague shit that you find too extreme, but ain't got the balls to put that in your super chat. You paid 5 lira to vague posting the motherfucker. Shout out to the money that supports the stream. Shout out to you on that. But fuck y'all niggas that's talk about I'm too extreme, but can't say the shit I'm extreme about. Cause that's what you do. All y'all blue MAGA, black MAGA, liberal ass motherfuckers. With your chest, or just leave a dislike in this motherfucker. God.
Okay, to be fair, and I will get to the Gavinism part as well, but I also said this 2 years ago. But I guess saying it after the election directly was a bit too far for a lot of people, and they didn't like it. And even though I was saying this exact same thing, but it's fine. Stop. I'm just saying. No beef, no disrespect. But I'll let him cook.
All right, so let me explain. He said FD can't even recognize himself right now. No, I recognize that person. I'm a Gemini. No lies detected and no explanation needed. I appreciate that y'all understand. See, I didn't know the FD had the devil gene. I wouldn't say I have the devil gene. I'm a person who is very much in the practice of emotional regulation and recognizing when I'm being like frustrated and when I'm going to lose my cool or act out of character in a way I wouldn't want to show up, whether it be in real life or in public. I'm good for walking away from an argument. I'm good for separating myself from a situation or an environment.
Yeah, this is him being
where I'm like,
I'm not. So,
you know what?
The energy
in here is going to create energy in me that I don't want to engage in. It's probably why I have so much respect for the J. Cole apology in the first place, right? But yeah,
J. Cole
sometimes you
defense.
gotta pop out the
We're up.
show.
We're here. We're in. W. North Carolina supremacy. Please let me have this one. Let me have this
And it's
one.
like it's specifically a type of anti-watcher that
Don't
what
forget
they
that Drake
really
song.
want to
That was
say
Drake's song.
is,
I'm low-key kind of racist. I'm low-key kind of misogynistic. I'm low-key kind of in support for fascist elements. I'm low-key kind of right-wing. I low-key hate black people, and I'm black.
they hear what I'm saying and it does make them feel like a bitch. It does make them feel like demons. They hear what I'm saying and it makes them feel bad because they realize they don't have an argument against the point I'm making. So what they do is they do the opposite of, well, I'm entitled to my opinion, which is what you're saying is too extreme and it makes me feel bad. The usual suspects are white liberals, black moderates, and black Republicans. That whole rant didn't have nothing to do with the hardcore right wing. Doing too much, being too deep. I hear that so much and it's really frustrating at scale. In like the macro and the micro, like I hear that and I know what to think and it's like whatever. But when you get it a lot and it's like, I know you understand what I'm saying. I know you know what I'm saying isn't that deep. It's just you don't like how it makes you feel. So you're being the little dick energy motherfucker and not just owning up to the reality that you just been faced with. And so when this person paid it wasn't lira, what is this, £5? When this person paid £5 to say that, I was like,
Oh, you was really in your feelings. Like you paid money.
to let me know I made you feel demonized because I'm so extreme. And all I did was say America bad. All I did was say fascism bad. The too deep is the same folks that ragged on people for reading or doing homework because they enjoy the bliss of ignorance. You know what though? That's not even the correct, that's true to an extent, but for these people, it's not even the bliss of ignorance. They like the feeling that where they're at is the extent of where they need to be. Because all of us are in this hellscape together. They trying to build a data center in my neighborhood now. We'll see how that works if we get one of the good data centers. Motherfuckers dying in Iran right now. Motherfuckers dying in Sudan right now. Motherfuckers dying in Gaza right now. There's people being kidnapped on the streets. I can name all the things, right? So all of us know we're in a hellscape in general. But some of us, like myself, are not individually subject to the worst parts of the hellscape. Further, especially if you live in the West, if you live in America, and this is very specifically aimed at a particular social position for certain black people, the black bourgeois, the black educated elite, that percentage of black folks that through a certain amount of resources, a certain amount of opportunity, we're doing okay. When I leave my house, especially where I live now, I don't worry about the police. I don't worry about getting robbed. I can cross like 4 or 5 things off the black people worry about checklists. Like in my old house, I at least worried about the police, but I didn't worry about them that much because I know when I roll down the window and talk to the police 7 times out of 10, I'm going to be able to speak to them in a way and present in a way that I'm not going to be as stressed compared to some of my cousins on the south side of Chicago, compared to some of my former students in the SWATs or deeper in Decatur. So like the things that some of my peers worry about, I can cross 3-4 of those things off the list. And then compare it to people in Sudan, black folks in Sudan, black folks in the Congo, they got a whole new set of list of things they have to worry about because of the nature of the world, specifically because of the things American empire does to them low key on my behalf. Even as a neocolonial subject of America, I benefit from American empire just because I am within the periphery. Does that make sense? I am in the imperial core, and then I'm a black person in the imperial core, so there's problems with that. But I'm a black person of relative privilege within the imperial core. There's a razor's edge with that. Being a black person of privilege is much harder to pass that on to your children. It don't take much to be kicked right out that spot. So a lot of niggas do everything they can to not lose their spot. And so there's a culture built around that. There's a culture of complacency. That's where a lot of this FBA 80 shit comes from, because all of that, what that fully stems from, my main issue with those philosophies is that those philosophies do not look at American empire as a problem. They see it as we want our fair share of the spoils of empire. And so because that's such a normative state for most Americans, but specifically, especially post-Obama for Black people, there are many Black people that do not care that we benefit from American empire. They just want their fair share of American empire. So when you tell them, no, I'm not voting for Jasmine, you shouldn't vote for Jasmine Crockett, or you shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because they want to maintain American empire, they get offended and call you anti-Black or misogynistic.
Indeed. Indeed. This is true. This is true. And I did say this. The problem is that I made the mistake of saying it after the election. And before, but also directly after the election. And it made a lot of people mad. Very mad. You were very upset when I said exactly this.
They want their seat at the table. And if you watch the Tyler Perry video, one of the last things I say is the table shouldn't exist. They don't want to dismantle their master's house, whether they use the master's tools or not. Innately, these people across the spectrum, the Black moderates, the white liberals, etc., know that I'm right. They know that the radical position is the only truly moral position to take. The position of the Marxist-Leninists and the anarchists, the position of that the Panthers had, the position that Touré had, the position that all these folks had, where they said, you know what? The position of the radicals that we need to destroy and dismantle American empire for everyone to be free is the only morally correct position. Now, you can justify a moderate position for the sake of maintaining stability for so many people. This is why I don't always easily claim a radical philosophy, because being people-centered and radical, you kind of can't, in my opinion, because there's too many people within the system, invested in the system, beholden to the system, to just say we're going to break the system all at once and we'll figure it out from there.
I mean, I would argue that the radical position is the inherent people-focused position, because any position that is supposedly people-focused but works within the confines of the current system lets the most vulnerable people suffer the hardest consequences, right? If you are specific in validating this innately violent system as it pertains to marginalized people, right? What you're speaking to is about your own specific comfort. And you could also be marginalized, but your own specific comfort over the liberation of all marginalized people. The liberation of all marginalized people and the eradication of oppression does come with the eradication of the systems of oppression as they currently exist. You know what I mean? And so when people say that they're people focused and not like radical and like they want to upturn systems, they're actually not people focused. They're focused on their own specific comforts, right? They're focusing on how they feel and how they engage in these current systems, right? Like this is kind of what happened again with a specific situation with a specific person after the election that, I have definitely upset some people with my take of that, where my argument was, and people were arguing to me that this person was very vulnerable under the Trump administration, and that's why they had to support Kamala. And that's why they're very emotional about Kamala losing, right? But my argument is, yeah, but you are, co-signing the deaths of Palestinians and of all marginalized people that exist under the Kamala administration, because you're still working within the confines of the system itself without any, pathway towards its abolition. It would be one thing if, I wouldn't say comfortable, I would say afraid of the future, can't predict what comes next. No, it's definitely comfortability, right? Like I'm marginalized under the system, but I'm also comfortable in other aspects. FD said it perfectly, right? He said that he's black in this system, data centers are being built in his communities, but he's still a part of the imperial core. And there is a level of comfortability that comes with being a part of the imperial core, right? And that is something that even marginalized people within the imperial core don't want to acknowledge, right? That they do care about their own comfort, as opposed to the radical shift that will eliminate the oppression for all people. Because it will also come with eliminating some comforts for them as well. Right? So that is it is definitely about comfort, right? Comfort is the center focus of the conversation. Right? And it would be one thing if it was, we maintain these moderate comforts now under a democratic administration so that we can eliminate and eradicate it in the future. But it oftentimes is never that, right? It's about, I want to be comfortable in this system, and I think the rights and liberation of other marginalized people, especially in the global South, can wait while I maintain my comfort, right? That's oftentimes what it becomes. We need to elect, Joe Biden in 2020, and then Kamala Harris in 2024, and then Gavin has been 2028. But we promise we'll get around to the liberation of the global South eventually at some point. We have to do it slowly so I don't lose my comforts, When, if you genuinely cared about the eradication of liberation, or the eradication of oppression and the liberation of all people, right? You have to understand that, hey, I will lose something that, because as being in the imperial core, I benefit from the oppression of the global South, right? I benefit from the resource extraction of the global South. You have to acknowledge that, liberation comes with losing those comforts, right? And the niceties of living in the imperial core when it comes to liberation of all people. And I think a lot of people are not willing to acknowledge that, right? And even if they do, they're unwilling to give it up, right? Because it is comfortable and comfort is nice, right? It does exist. Even being a marginalized person in America, you acknowledge that there are certain comforts that you take advantage of by not being a part of the oppressed class in the global South, right? You don't have your resources extracted. You don't have to worry about your country being destabilized from an outside actor. You don't have to worry about being bombed by an American proxy, right? Those are all comforts that you benefit from because it's happening to other people, right? The fact that you have a higher paying job, the fact that you are able to focus on your Nix, what are you doing? The fact that you're able to focus on your dreams and your wants as opposed to the necessities of your needs, right? These are all comforts that exist to varying degrees for people who live in the imperial core, but they are still comforts nonetheless. And I think a lot of liberals, I think all liberals are unwilling to give up those comforts to fight for a more radical shift in the elimination of oppression. They put their own comfort over the liberation of oppression, right? And why leftists, or specifically communists, revolutionary communists, anarchists, are I will fight for the liberation of all people, even if it means giving up the comforts that I benefit from, right? The problem is that if you are one of those people, then the liberals who are also marginalized will look at you in disdain because you're well, you're going to give up my comforts too, right? You're going to get rid of my comforts too. And so if you are a white communist or a white anarchist, it's a lot harder of a conversation because you face a level of privilege in the imperial core more than the black or the trans liberal, right? But however, those liberals don't understand that even the oppression that they face in the imperial core pales in comparison to the oppression that a trans person in the global South would face, or a black person in the global South would face. So they just have to pretend that doesn't necessarily exist, right? Which is how you get black liberals yelling at white leftists and white communists, and even black communists, for being accelerationists and wanting to make things worse for them, for some ideology, when that's not the case, right? Those people, in theory, are dedicated to the eradication of all oppression, right? But that also includes the oppression in the global South. The liberals are dedicated to the eradication of oppression in the imperial core, right? In the global north, in the countries that they live in, so that they can live in more comfortability. And then maybe the most, open-minded of them will think about fighting for the eradication of it in the global south eventually at some point. Well, not class oppression. Well, yeah, because that's kind of they write class oppression off as like something that is going to exist, which is why they say that like communism will never work and we have to work within the confines of capitalism, because they think that class oppression, if they even view it as that, is integral to the society they live in. It's nationalism. It's definitely a function of nationalism for sure. Yeah. These white empires from the British, Belgium, France, Spain, Portugal, to the U.S. Strangled the entire Asian, African, and South American continents for centuries and still doing it and benefit from it to this day is beyond comprehension. It needs to stop. Yeah. But liberals will look at that and you saying that and saying you want things to get worse for them because they don't understand. Here's the point. Here's the take. Liberals do not differentiate between the benefits that they get from living in the imperial core and the benefits that they get from the eradication of oppression. Does that make sense? So when a black liberal sees that they have their voting rights increased, that is seen as the same as them getting paid more money because of the extraction of the wealth from the global south, right? They're both, benefits that they receive, but they don't see that as any different. So if the global south is further strangled, this is why a lot of liberals holistically are for the subjugation of the global south, because if the global south is continually strangled and it raises their quality of life, they are for that. They are pro that, right? In the same way that like if the oppression on the basis of race or of sexual orientation or gender identity is reduced, they also see benefits and they're for that as well. It's the I got my mentality. It's if I suck out to billionaires, I'll have mine, even if lesser, it's better. I don't care if those under me don't benefit at all. Yeah, exactly. And that's the liberal framework, which is why liberals will always bow down to billionaires. And that's the problem. And that's the true difference between the leftist and liberal approach, right? The liberal and the communist, the liberal and the socialist. The liberals like and cherish the comfortability that comes by being a part of the exploiter class, right? In the imperial core of the global south. And they are unwilling to give that up. And obviously, it's not equal, right? Black liberals and white liberals give up different amounts of things, right, to fight for that. So why do we see those marginalized liberals trend toward fascism and not more social democratic comforts being presented? Comfortability, kind of. It's like, because social democratic comforts, and to be fair, you do see a lot of black liberals trend towards social democratic comforts, by and large. Like, you will see more, I would say per capita, more marginalized liberals who adhere to the social democratic framework than you see white people. White people are not like more likely to support social democracy or social democratic comforts. I don't think I think the marginal liberals don't accept it as much because those who say it kind of make it come off as they are the main beneficiaries of imperialism. I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I think it's more of like, I think it's more of a survival mechanism. You know what I mean? It's like you live in a society that like hands you $1, it hands your neighbor like $20, and you realizing you can't eat off of that dollar, so you just end up eating the dollar itself. And then somebody comes to you and says, hey, I can take your dollar and take their dollars and buy food for everybody, right? And you just kind of have to trust that that person is like legitimate. And so it comes from a mechanism of survival. They're like, if I give up this slight comfort, how can I, what promises can you make to me, right? What validation can you make that I will get some comforts back? right? If I can trade in this small comfort for the end of the oppression, right? What can you, essentially promise me that you won't just take this small comfort and run away with it? And they live in a world where they think that the leftists would be like, oh, give me this small comfort that you have, right? Give it to me. Now it's ours. And so they hold on to the pennies that they get because they're afraid of losing the pennies in the pursuit of maybe having dollars in the future. That's a good analogy. I don't know if it was a good analogy. But that's kind of where it comes in, or where it comes from. Black liberals operate on harm reduction way more than white liberals. White liberals pontificate on ideology. That's true as well. I would go first to like marginalized liberals holistically. I think for black liberals specifically, it's the mindset of the W know versus the W don't. I mean, I think that's what I was trying to get across in my analogy. Right? It's about like the survival of it. Right? They don't want to risk and chance on like, backsliding into worse material conditions under the guise of maybe satisfying your, the end of the oppression. And so they just suck it up and deal with the oppression as it currently exists because they don't want it to get worse. That sort of thing. Right? But what they don't understand is that mindset is understandable. Like it makes sense why they would have that mindset, but the comforts that they are holding on to in that survivalship mindset comes at the cost of people in the global south, right? Even other black people in the global south. So they're like, suck it up and vote for Kamala Harris, and if you don't, you're a bad person. You hate black people because Trump is going to be bad for us, right? While that is true and that is correct, what they don't understand is that Kamala Harris will be bombing the people in the global south, right? And so in their mind, this duopoly, the choice, the false choice of only having, Trump who will bomb the global south and kill people domestically, and Kamala who may kill less people domestically but also bomb the global south, operating within that framework sells out the people in the global south. Right? There's no world in that framework where the global south is not being bombed, where marginalized people are not on the chopping block. And they are unwilling to throw away that system to build a system where the global south isn't bombed because they're afraid that that will cause them to lose the comforts that they are surviving on right now. You know what I mean? So in their mind, it's an us or them. It's either I support myself now, or maybe I'm on the chopping block in the future and the billions of people in the global south are not being bombed. That's where I say it comes from a level of comfort. If that makes sense.
Dragon Hassan right now who's saying he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. And my opinion is nobody that calls himself a leftist or even a moderate should be openly admitting right now that they would vote for Gavin Newsom. Period. If you call yourself a Bernie bro or anything further left than that, if you call yourself a sock dem and anything further left than a sock dem, you are not to endorse publicly Gavin Newsom. You can vote for him in private. I would go as far as to say you
should not publicly endorse anybody. This is what I don't endorse people. I said it a few months ago or a few weeks ago, right? There's always more you can push people on. Always, right? If AOC is the nominee, I will say, AOC, if you want my vote, this is what you need to do, right? I would be more inclined to vote for an AOC than a Gavin Newsom or a Kamala Harris, right? But I'm not going to be like, all right, AOC's the nominee, I'm voting for her. She's my gal. I'm going to be like, all right, if you want my vote, AOC, that's what you need to do. And whether or not I vote for her or not, she'll never know. She'll have no idea whether or not I vote for her or not. I will just say, if you want my vote, this is what you do. If she does it, right, then the implication is that she won my vote, right? If I'm like, to win my vote, you have to to guarantee you will never fund Israel. And she comes out and she says, I will never fund Israel. I'm like, bet. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna vote for you. I'm gonna be like, all right, cool. Exactly what I was looking for. And then she can take that as the implication that, you know, of who I'm gonna vote for. It is that easy. It's very simple. And if she doesn't do that, then I'm like, hey, my demands are very clear. If you want my vote, this is what you need to do. And Kamala Harris refused to do that. She did. And she lost because she's a loser and she sucks. If I won any upcoming election, it would be third party no matter what. Even if them say that they will be better, they just won't at all. Sure, I understand that. But my perspective is purely from a level of political leverage. I think that even if you intend to vote for a third party, you should still say, AOC, if you want my vote, this is what you need to do. Genuinely, I think from a perspective of political leverage, I do understand the moral nature of just taking a protest vote, right? And so I'm not going to chastise you for doing that. I get that. I understand that. But I think from a perspective of political leverage, right? From a view of electoralism, right? If you cared about using political leverage in that way, that's what I think you should do. If you don't care about that, do whatever you want to. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel. I don't think you are going to make or break the election because historically speaking, you never have, right? And theoretically speaking, you're voting for another party should get them to move when it never does, right? And it's frustrating, and I get that, right? But that's how I view the usage of political power, and that's what I will be doing. They said they accept and are willing to be exploited. It means that they can have still have a smaller part and continue their comfortable life, but they don't realize that it isn't a real comfort. It's just it's permanent under threat of being taken away. Exactly. Totally agree. Strategy must be taken into consideration. Yeah, that's and this is literally what I said on November 6th, November 8th, November 7th, 2024. And I had a very prominent black political commentator who crashed out and blocked me over this take. When I said exactly this. My take has not changed on this. Right? But you will see liberals, both marginalized and non-marginalized, who puts their own comfort over even trying to use any leverage to push the Democrats to doing the good things. Is it treat or threat in my Kai moment? Threat. You said it correctly. It's threat. This is why the crash always blocks you. Honestly, it may be. I don't know. I don't know. But this is why somebody blocked me. Because I said that if you cared, genuinely, if you cared about the lives of the Palestinians that are being lost, right? And you don't use that leverage of your vote to leverage Kamala Harris to stop supporting the genocide, and you're putting your own comfort over that, what am I supposed to say about that? There's another person trying to get Trump. I don't know if you saw the breaking news. I saw it early this morning. I thought it was fake. Was it not fake? Not fake. Okay, we'll cover it in a second. I want to finish this segment first. But that's kind of the take. Not fake, but Trump was not even there. We'll cover it in a second. Now we'll never get Don Lemon on the broadcast. No, you'll never get Olami on my stream. It's kind of the point. Or you'll never get me on her thing. So people can stop asking because it's not gonna happen. But yeah, That's my take. Is I think a lot of people put their own comfort over that of the people being exploited in the global south. Genuinely. Right? And I understand why. Right? Like I understand why a black person would be like, no, I'm going to vote for my own comfort right now because things are bad for me. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody here doesn't understand that. You feel me? Like, that life would be better for the people in this country who are marginalized under Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. In the same vein of life would be better for marginalized people, theoretically, under Gavin Newsom than JD Vance. Right? However, you have to acknowledge that if you engage with this system, it's like walking into a room and there's a gun on the table and there's two people sitting down. It's your mom or your wife. And the guy is like, shoot one. And you're just like, you pick up a gun and you shoot your wife for some reason. You know what I mean? The real conclusion of that is you find a way out of that situation. Right? You don't engage with this two-party duopoly that offers you this false choice. You find a way out of that situation. Yeah, when you advocate for it, like those liberal commentators, politicians, it's something else. You're pushing off the depths of so many. Are liberals getting in their own way by standing on their morals too much? No, they're not. Because they're not standing on their morals. They're being inherently selfish. Right? They are fine with this is the take. They are fine with selling out the lives of Palestinians so long as it means their own comfort. That is inherently selfish. That is a selfish thing to do. It's understandable, and it comes from the basis of survival, but it is inherently selfish. And I think a lot of liberals are not willing to acknowledge that it is inherently selfish. You are putting your own comfort, and your comfort for like 2 years maximum, right? Potential comfort, maybe comfort, over the lives of Palestinians. And that's what it is. Or not even just Palestinians, the people in the global south, right? The Sudanese, right? The Congolese. You know? People in Latin America. People in Asian countries. It's Cubans as well. Like Cubans who are living in Cuba, right? Venezuelans. Like you are putting your own comfort ahead of their lives. Southeast Asians as well, 100%. And that's the problem. I'm not saying you can't care about your own comfort. I'm not saying you can't vote with your own oppression in mind, right? But liberals are so, like, the question is, why are people so tied to the two-party system? You know? Why are people so tied to the two-party system? And the answer is because thinking about the outside of the two-party system is scary for people. It's the unknown. And so why would you risk things getting a little bit worse for you or a lot worse for you when you can just make sure that things are fine for you and just kind of not think about what's going on over there? You know, in my worldview, the only true freedom and the only true moral position is one that sets up the eradication of all systems of oppression, not just ones that are happening to my neighbors, not just ones that are happening to me, all systems of oppression. Liberals want the end of the systems of oppression that affect them. Leftists want the end of all systems of oppression, theoretically. And that's my take on this. People got mad at me when I said it before. People probably will get mad at me when I say it now, even though FT Signifier is also echoing that point. Right? And that's it. That's the take. So I think I'm away. It's all the same fight. It is all the same fight. Liberals don't agree with you. That's the point. It's not the same fight to liberals. They have written off the fight of the Palestinians. They have written off the fight of the Congolese or the Sudanese or the Cuban population, right? They've written off this fight. They've assigned that like some people are gonna die over there, and that's gonna happen. I'm going to protect myself here, and that's why they continue to vote for the Democratic Party every 4 years. Why they line up to vote for whoever the nominee is, and they throw their hands up and they give up. They will not execute or exert any pressure on these politicians to move or to change on the campaign trail, because their mindset goes down to specifically, I want Kamala Harris to win. This is the problem in 2024 election. They could not pressure Kamala Harris, right? Because in their mind, any pressure would cause people to be wary about her and would cause people to not vote for her. Therefore, it would cause her to lose cause her to lose. Right? That's why a lot of them sucked it up and then defended Kamala Harris on her closest to Joe Biden, on her terrible answers about the border and immigration, on her terrible answers about Israel's genocide. You know what I mean? Because they can't put pressure on their politicians, because their goal first and foremost is not to actually make them have good policies. Their goal first and foremost is to make Democrats win. And that's where we have a disagreement, right? My goal is to end the oppression of oppressed people, right? End the marginalization of marginalized people. Their goal is to make the Democrats win. Sometimes our goals overlap. Oftentimes they don't, which is why in the lead up to the election, when I was literally yelling at the Democrats to please, if they want to win our vote, they have to stop the genocide. And while liberals were yelling at me, telling me to stop doing that because I was making people super sad about Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? If they cared about the genocide that was going on, they would have joined us. And this is what I said about Oyemi 2 years ago. I said, if you genuinely cared about Palestinians and safeguarding their lives, you would have joined me in my calls to get Kamala Harris to commit to ending the genocide. One, it would have helped her win. And two, it would have safeguarded the lives of Palestinians. Right? But they don't care about that. They care about the first thing, which is just making Kamala win. And so they were fine with selling out the lives of Palestinians because they thought it would help Kamala win. And I'm just never going to do that. Right? And they were wrong. That's the worst thing. That is the worst thing. They were wrong. They would have an argument if they were correct, if actually standing by Israel helped Kamala win. But guess what? It didn't. It didn't. They were wrong. And there's been zero self-reflection from these people because they're doing the same thing with Gavin Newsom. And there's never any like apology, like, oh, I'm sorry, Sean, for what I said here. Also, you see my do-rag is just like riding up my head, and I was just sitting like this. It's like a freaking crown. I was arguing so much that it was just like, but yeah, no, they were just wrong, objectively wrong. Oh, he's not a Gavin stan, but I get your point. This is more than deeper than Oyemi, right? But she was still a part of the problem. Like, I'm sorry, I stand on that. She was part of the problem. If she was with us, the rest of the leftist coalition, pushing Kamala Harris, right, to stop supporting Israel, and not just her, if every liberal was with us and was pushing Kamala Harris to stop supporting Israel, maybe Kamala Harris would have stopped it, and maybe she would have won the freaking election. It's that simple. She didn't do that because she didn't feel like she needed to do that because of all of y'all throwing your support directly behind her with no concessions. Well, I don't understand because she can't even vote. Ole, her take was that it's easier to organize. It's the same thing people were saying about Galvanism. It's the same thing. Her take was that it's easier to organize under Kamala Harris than it is under Trump, so she wants Kamala Harris to win. It's very simple, right? Which I understand. I get that take. However, why are we just writing off the Palestinian people? Why does it have to be we need the Palestinian people to die under Trump, or they need to die under Kamala Harris, and it's better for us here, right? Why can't we have a third option, a secret third thing, the secret mouse tool, which is we get Kamala Harris, but we also pressure her to stop the genocide. We all win. You win, we get Kamala Harris. We win because the Palestinian people are not being bombed with American weaponry anymore, and we're forcing Israel to stop. We win. Everybody wins here. Everybody wins here. I'm confused how this was an issue for anybody. Except no one does any organizing under them. That is a deeper conversation. That could have been a win-win. It could have been a win-win, right? But liberals fundamentally, not talking about Olayemi, liberals, like as an ideology, fundamentally do not care about the global south. They care about domestic comfortability, and that's it. That is all. That is all that liberals care about. They care about domestic comfortability, if that. In the liberal ideology, it is built on fundamentally American exceptionalism. This is why both the conservative and the liberal party are both like liberal in that they are neoliberal parties. They care about American exceptionalism and the furthering of American imperialism to safeguard American exceptionalism, right? They see Americans as human beings and the people in the global south as subhuman or not human or not even worth talking about or engaging with. That's it. Liberals don't see Palestinians as human. This is true. The interesting thing is that while it may be easier to organize under Democrats, in the past decade, you see upstreams organizing under Trump. It seems like people are more feel more comfortable not to organize with the Dem in power, ironically enough. Yeah, that's also a very noticeable trend that also exists. Right? Because when a Democrat is in power, liberals don't do anything. Right? The leftists are the people who are going to yelling at the people in power. The liberals are the people who are like, guys, she's speaking right now. Don't yell at her. Stop yelling at Joe Biden. All right? He's trying his best to kill the Palestinians. Leave him alone. He's small bean. Guys, stop protesting on college campuses. It's really sad and stuff. Because they don't care about these things. That's why I've seen liberal make jokes about calling some people who disagree with Kamala or who criticize Newsom. Yeah, because they did that last year. You're making her look bad. Yeah. And that's the problem. And that's the liberal ideology, right? It's based foundationally in the comfort of the people who live in the imperial core. And again, I understand why it exists. I get it. It makes sense. I am a black person who lives in a white supremacist society, right? I understand why people, especially black people, right? Especially women or trans people or queer people or immigrants. I understand why they're like, hey, I want somebody who will not try to throw me in the wood chipper, right? I want that, and it makes sense to me, right? My worldview is not, yes, I should throw myself in the wood chipper. My worldview is that the wood chipper is running under a Democratic administration, and it's being used under Republican administrations, and it's being powered by the blood of the global South. I want to dismantle the wood chipper. I don't want it to exist at all. I don't want the Democrats to get into power and then place a sign that says, please do not throw people in the wood chipper. That's not liberation to me. You know, I don't want the Democrats to like put a grate over the wood chipper and be like, all right, keep electing me and we'll make sure the grate stays. That's not liberation to me. Liberation to me is the dismantling of the wood chipper. That's what liberation looks like to me. And liberals cannot fathom a world that doesn't have a wood chipper. And that is where I fundamentally disagree with liberals. In the liberal mind, they write off the fact that wood chipper exists. It just exists in the history books. It always existed, and we can never do without it. And I fundamentally disagree. Fundamentally disagree. And that's the problem. That's the issue. Kava had the easiest path to victory, and she deliberately cost herself a victory because she wanted to cater to the right and tell the leftists to develop. Yes. But it's the leftists' fault. It's the third-party voters' fault for why she lost. I mean, frankly, they're just for the status quo. So if we dismantle the wood chipper, they're on board for no wood chipper. They have no strongly held beliefs. Yeah, but they will stand in the way of us dismantling the wood chipper. That's the problem, right? Because they don't understand that, like, we need to cross the fence the wood chipper exists in to dismantle it. And they're like, no, nobody can cross the fence, right? We put the fence up so nobody crosses the fence. And then the Republicans come in and they dismantle the fence. And they're just throwing bodies in the wood chipper. And Democrats show up and they're like, ooh, that was a bad wood chipper event. That was really bad. All right, time to put the fence back up. Time to put the fence back up. You know what I mean? Just got here. What is the announcement? I'm writing a comic book. Or technically it's a manga. And I will be working on it on stream. This is the second page, technically, of thumbnails. You go back to the beginning of the stream where I talk more about it. Really, that's awesome. Yeah. I was working on it yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday because I was working on this all day. And man, was it frustrating and tough. So, follow my second channel, Not the Black, if you want to see me draw a comic book. Or a manga. It's a Dragon Ball fan manga. Hey, let's continue with this. We're almost done.
You should, but like if you have private voter behavior that may support a Gavin Newsom, I'm not about to fight you on that. But if you are publicly promoting and supporting Gavin Newsom, especially right now, no, I can't with you. That doesn't contribute to the moral position, in my opinion. Most people, this commenter, not this one, let me get him off the screen so nobody's thinking I was cursing him out. Whoever Nyko9631, my apologies, Nyko. You probably didn't deserve that, but you did. People that make this "you're too extreme" comment are people that know the position they're in is innately immoral, but don't have the balls to either move off the position or defend it with their chest. And that pisses me off. So instead, they want you to stop talking about it. They get mad at you for speaking the truth publicly. I wasn't talking directly to this motherfucker. He could have said he ain't talking about me and kept it a buck, but he paid £5 with the hopes of getting me to make him feel better about his immoral position. You know, so
Yeah. And a lot of liberals don't want to realize that this it was the same thing with Joe Biden. You had liberals who were telling us that we needed to support Joe Biden a year out from the election. It was the same thing. The same thing. I'm saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over and freaking over again. And nobody ever learns, ever in their entire freaking lives. It's the same thing. When Biden does it, when Kamala does it, Pelosi does it, no different than what Ted Cruz is doing here. It's the same exact thing. You want to know why it's no different? Because they do nothing. They do nothing. You have power. Oh, we just need one more vote. Next election cycle, 2024, once we have the House and we have the Senate and we have the presidency like we had during the Obama era, then we'll make actual change. It's not like gun violence is a new phenomenon. There was mass shooting events that happened when Obama was president in 2009 and 2012, right? When we had all three aspects of government. And guess what Obama did to stop this mess? Nothing. Now, granted, it was only 200 mass shootings then, right? It wasn't, 650, but still, that's insane. Also, I don't care about what the Constitution says, I stand by it. I do also stand by this. I don't care what the Constitution says, bro. My morality does not come with the Constitution. My rights were not in the original document. Why? How am I supposed to care about what the Constitution says? It doesn't say. It's a flawed document. It should have been overturned and rewritten a number of different times since it was instituted, but it wasn't, and it wasn't. So like, I still stand by this. But this is the point I wanted to make is yeah, Dianne Feinstein is out here too. This is the point I wanted to make.
Happen to vote blue no matter who. If Bernie won the nomination and Bernie lost to Trump, then we wouldn't have been vote bluing no matter whoing. You feel me? That means somebody wasn't doing their part. So what you're implicitly saying, liberals, when you're saying that Bernie would have lost against Trump, what you're saying is that you wouldn't have voted for Bernie in the election. My tweet says, democracy-loving liberals when people want to exercise their right to vote in a primary. So what this is about is people saying that there's no need for a Democratic primary. There's no need for a primary. All a primary is gonna do is turn people against Biden, because guess what? Biden sucks. It's always vote blue no matter who until a progressive is on the ballot, right? That's what I said. We're gonna watch this video. And trigger warning for liberal brain rot, because
this was May 2023, right? Over a year out from the election. I want you to listen to what this person is saying. This person, by the way, is a course creator. This person is a course creator now.
That's what this is. The Democratic Party doesn't need democracy as her message. 100%. We're gonna watch this. Trigger warning, liberal brain rot.
Listen, Democrats, can we please stop talking about primarying Joe Biden? Who should run against Joe Biden? Will Democrats get behind Joe Biden? This many Democrats want an alternative to Joe Biden. Can we just not? The absolute last thing democracy needs right now is a Democratic primary. We're in late stage capitalism with a corrupt Supreme Court on a knife's edge between autocracy and democracy, and people want to spend $100 million to undermine our successful incumbent when the alternative is the twice impeached criminal ex-president or the man who is single-handedly turning Florida into a fascist dictatorship? Why? I know people are excited for fresh young leaders with bright new ideas, but those fresh young leaders will never get a chance if we don't protect democracy now. The fact is, Joe Biden has gotten more accomplished in 2 years than any president in the history of presidents. In an increasingly cynical world, Joe Biden is a decent man with an incredible staff who knows what he's doing and has thoughtful plans for the future of this country that include women's rights and gay rights and workers' rights and voters' rights and higher minimum wage and lower healthcare costs and environmental protections. It could be argued that the biggest reason democracy is winning in this David and Goliath story in Ukraine is because Joe Biden had the foreign policy experience and humility to gather world leaders together and build a coalition to support them. He can run on all of that. We don't need to replace him. We need to spend our time and money giving him a bigger majority in Congress so he can get even more accomplished. Yeah, he's old. He talks old. He's a goofy grandpa who says things like malarkey. Who cares? By every measurable metric, he's an excellent leader. If we didn't have lying propaganda networks and self-serving chaos agents constantly trying to sell us on the idea that he's some demented evil pedophile out to ruin the country, and you just looked at the facts of his presidency on paper, there would be zero debate he was doing a bang-up job. You don't spend $100 million undermining your own party to defeat someone who's doing a bang-up job. You run your successful sitting president, and you spend the resources you would have spent on a primary building the infrastructure that will defeat your opposition. You know, the party who wants to take your vote and force you to have a baby and tell you what you can read and what you can teach and what you can know. The people passing laws to tell people how to dress and how to act and what they can do with their own bodies. The party calling for a national divorce and suggesting that maybe Democrats shouldn't get to vote at all. The party that wants to get rid of everything from Social Security to public schools, who have already passed laws to strip women of their rights and make trans people detransition and force private companies to toe their policy line. You don't give those people the gift of fighting amongst yourselves. You spend your time and money working to put down that fascist, authoritarian, white Christian nationalist uprising taking over half the country. Joe Biden is better than any alternative the Republicans could put up. So if you want to win, how you feel about him is irrelevant. We don't need a new presidential candidate in 2024. We need to keep the Senate and flip the House. We need to fill the states with AGs who believe in the rule of law and legislators who believe in democracy. We need to pay attention to our school boards. Our current president is successful and he can win. We need to pick our battles right now. And a Democratic primary, it just isn't one of them. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, so none of that happened. in large part because of people like this.
You know what? Maybe Republicans are.
Yeah, I want to see if I can find the original post. I wonder if it's still up. Democracy is on the ropes. Yep, it's still here. I'm gonna make you watch it again, by the way. So I want you to see just how passionate she is about Joe Biden running in 2024, and that nobody can ever, do it like he does, and that he needs to run, or else we're all doomed. Because he doesn't totally have dementia and is old and literally cannot speak.
Listen, Democrats, can we please stop talking about primarying Joe Biden? Who should run against Joe Biden? Will Democrats get behind Joe Biden? This many Democrats want an alternative to Joe Biden. Can we just not? The absolute last thing democracy needs right now is a Democratic primary. We're in late stage capitalism with a corrupt Supreme Court on a knife's edge between autocracy and democracy, and people want to spend $100 million
over a year out from the election. It is the exact same thing. The exact same conversation with Gavin Newsom over a year out from the election, telling us that we need to get behind this Democratic nominee. And honestly, maybe we shouldn't even have the primary at all, because primaries are anti-democratic if you think about it. Really, it's only Democratic primaries though. Democratic primaries are anti-democratic, and we should not have a primary. And you should get behind Joe Biden because he's the guy. He's the savior. He's doing a bang up job, and he can do no wrong. And he's the only person who can beat Trump. We promise. Do you see the overlap between liberals and some supposed leftists who are saying this about Gavin Newsom right now? Just take yourself back to 2023, right? Imagine if Hassan said in 2023, if the nominee is like, and person's like, would you vote for Joe Biden in this re-election or Donald Trump? And Hassan responded and was like, I'd vote third party, bro. It's out of my hands at that point, right? People would have yelled at him as well. Would he have been correct though? Yes. It would have been like he saw the future. You know who was saying this? Me and other leftists were saying this about Joe Biden. And then liberals like to pretend like this doesn't exist. This is what pisses me off. Liberals like to pretend like this doesn't exist. Like we haven't done this same song and dance literally 3 years ago with the last candidate. You know? They like, hey, this person should be the candidate. Leftists are like, no, that person will lose. And they're like, oh, you want to help Trump. They lose, they blame us, and then they do it again the next time with the next candidate that sucks. And say what you want about Biden, but he was doing what he was doing. You can accuse him of otherwise. He was doing what he was doing. This is true. He been doing the thing that Biden doing. He doing.
Undermine our successful incumbent when the alternative is the twice impeached criminal ex-president or the man who is single-handedly turning Florida into a fascist dictatorship?
It's so long ago. Ron DeSantis was in the conversation. It was so far before the election that Ron DeSantis was still in the conversation and they were shoving Biden down our throats. Gosh darn it. As leftists, who think we better at skateboarding, Trump or Biden? They would both fall and crack their heads. And honestly, she was panicking with that chorus, but it hit her. This was before chorus, but like I want to quote this and be like, chorus creators have literally never changed. Literally at no point have never changed. They were doing this for Gavin Newsom, and they were doing this for Joe Biden, and they're the exact same. And yeah, she goes on CNN. These are the people who are paid.
These are the people that Adam Mockler were defending in his conversation with Hassan, which honestly I kind of want to go back to and finish, right? Just to piss myself off even more. Is this what Blue Sky is like? I would assume. I'm not on it, so I don't know. There's some nice people on Blue Sky, I'm sure. It's the same playbook over and over. Yeah, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating because being correct is not incentivized. It's towing the party line. That's it. It's towing the party line. That's how you get paid. It's about power. Not even necessarily about power. It's about like perceived power.
Why? I know people are
Enjoy
excited
this,
for
chat.
fresh young leaders with bright new ideas, but those fresh young leaders will never get a chance if we don't protect democracy now. The fact is, Joe Biden has gotten more accomplished in 2 years than any president in the history of presidents. In an increasingly cynical world, Joe Biden is a decent man with an incredible staff who knows what he's doing and has thoughtful plans for the future of this country that include women's rights and gay rights and workers' rights and voters' rights and higher minimum wage and lower healthcare costs and environmental protections. It could be...
Why didn't he do this stuff? Why didn't he do this stuff? If he cared about it, he didn't raise the minimum wage. I'm tweeting about it. I'm making that tweet because I like the drama. To be fair, she didn't get clowned on. She got 6K freaking let's see. Chorus creators. Chorus was made this year. It wasn't made this year, but she's in Chorus. So she wasn't a Chorus creator then, but she's a Chorus creator now. She's on the website. We are
Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
Okay, sorry. We are chorus.com. Yeah, that's what it is. She's right here. Where's your pick? They removed me? Wow, that's gotta be racist. They replaced me with a different black guy. Gosh darn it. Elizabeth Booker Houston is in Chorus. That's what her name is. I couldn't find her freaking name. Yeah, she is in Chorus. During Black History Month, I'm saying. I think it has to be CIA, bro. We watched Foreign's latest video about Dean Withers and Tashika. No. Chat was very against me watching it. They said it was anti-black if I watched it. Here. I'll say this. I'll say liberals. Liberal. Then we stuck it up for the nominee in 2023, a year before the election. Look how that turned out. Now they're doing it again for, then I would say current Chorus. No E? Oh. The Gavin Newsom. E's better. That's probably why he will lose the election. Hmm. Sorry, I got distracted. Nikolai Gavin Newsom is the nominee. I'm doing everything I can to leave the country. I cannot watch him lose to Hitler. China save us. China has abandoned us. There are works. Liberals demanded we suck it up for their nominee in 2023, a year before the election. Now look at how that turned out. I look at how that turned out. Now they are paid course creators doing it again for Gavin Newsom. They don't want to win, bro. Yeah, that works. Makes sense. Oh, I can remove Thunderscum. Post. Anyway, I won't force you to finish watching this. Yes, I will.
He argued that the biggest reason democracy is winning in this David and Goliath story in Ukraine is because Joe Biden had the foreign policy experience and humility to gather world leaders together and build a coalition to support them. He can run on all of that. We don't need to replace him. We need to spend our time and money giving him a bigger majority in Congress so he can get even more accomplished. Yeah, he's old. He talks old. He's a goofy grandpa who says things like malarkey. Who cares? By every measurable metric, he's an excellent leader. If we didn't have lying propaganda networks and self-serving chaos agents constantly trying to sell us on the idea that he's some demented evil pedophile out to ruin the country, and you just looked at the facts of his presidency on paper, there would be zero debate to do a bang-up job. You don't spend $100 million undermining your own party to defeat someone who's doing a bang-up job. You run your successful sitting president, and you spend the resources you would have spent on a primary building the infrastructure that will defeat your opposition. You know, the party who wants to take your vote and force you to have a baby and tell you what you can read and what you can teach and what you can know. The people passing laws to tell people how to dress and how to act and what they can do with their own bodies. The party calling for a national divorce and suggesting that maybe Democrats shouldn't get to vote at all. The party that wants to get rid of everything from Social Security to public schools, who have already passed laws to strip women of their rights and make trans people detransition and force private companies to toe their policy line. You don't give those people the gift of fighting amongst yourselves. You spend your time and money working to put down that fascist, authoritarian, white Christian nationalist uprising taking over half the country. Joe Biden is better than any alternative the Republicans could put up. So if you want to win, how you feel about him is irrelevant. We don't need a new presidential candidate in 2024. We need to keep the Senate and flip the House. We need to fill the states with AGs who believe in the rule of law and legislators who believe in democracy. We need to pay attention to our school boards. Our current president is successful and he can win. We need to pick our battles right now. And a Democratic primary, it just isn't one of them.
So was she right? I don't know, chat.
Sorry, not sorry.
She's sorry, not sorry. You tell me. You know what? Get her on CNN. She knows what she's talking about. Anyway, you won't believe this? Yeah.
I lose patience on it. I lose patience on it. I only have so much patience for people who take that circuitous route to an immoral position and don't have the
SAT word. Come on,
guts to defend it. I would rather talk to right wingers. You know what I'm saying? I would rather be in a debate room with right wingers who are gonna say it with their chest. So he caught me at a bad time. Normally I would have the measured response I just did right now, but instead I called him a bitch ass nigga and moved it.
Yeah. So cover this. Cover this.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Covered this. Now. You watched the foreign video? No, we have not watched the foreign video. Chad has not wanted me to watch it because they said it was anti-black if I watched it. But it's on the docket. What I do want to talk about though, hold on. Before I do anything, I have to go here, here, here. What's going on with Subway Queens? Save. Go live. Save, start. Now the question is, am I live on TikTok? TikTok. We are live on TikTok. And we are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. All right. So you may be asking, Sean, why did you go live on TikTok? What is happening? What is going on? Well, I saw a video yesterday. I don't know if I have it saved. I have to check. I saw a video yesterday on TikTok about this thing that's now going around. You probably haven't seen it because it's pretty new. You'll probably see it in 3 weeks when a song talks about it or something. Hello? Called Subway Queens. Here. We'll see. I saw it.
If you act.
Here, we'll save that. Does anybody have the original Subway Queen video? I think this is her. This is her. This is her. I'm trying to find the original video, but she's like milking this whole thing. And so I'll get back to her in a second. I'm trying to find does anybody have the original Subway Queen video? Let me see. Subway Queen original video. I found it. Okay. So, apparently, on the subway, there was this altercation where a couple of black women were like yelling at or like making fun of. I don't know. I don't know how. I haven't seen the video, but she then responds in a way that was, shall we say, a little bit insane. You know, for lack of a better term. And after responding in this way, she was kind of propelled into like TikTok stardom. So let's just see what that's really about.
They wild on the phone.
She's scared now.
Nigga scared.
So many white people have you like trafficked?
Oh, so she's like, she was racist before she dropped the word. That's how, I was wondering, how did this altercation start? She's starting shit because she's racist. She's like kicking people apparently. She's saying, I hope y'all get deported. She's like saying, how many people have you trafficked? Like, that's why people are recording her.
Y'all get off the train. Get off the train. Get off the train. Get off the train.
New York, where else could it happen, you know? Where else could it happen, Chad?
Somebody hit your nigga, you're supposed to beat their ass.
Bye, bitch! Bye, bitch! Oh, they caca. Go to the next club. Oh, no. Oh, no, caca. Yo, Kasha. Kasha. Oh, wow.
And so she dropped the N-word and then ran.
Bye, bitch! Bye! Oh, they caca. Go to the next club. Oh, no, caca. Yo, Kasha.
They opened the door? No, they didn't. I don't think they ended up opening the door. I think the train ended up moving. Right? So that's the original video. Not a unique situation, right? But what is also not unique, but like what some people are talking about is the fact that after this happened, right? She had a lot of defenders. Like, I should have found some defender videos from this. But here, I'll show you. She also like trying to find the where this started.
Yeah, I know.
They on Twitter
I
dragging.
reported all of them and blocked them. Oh, this is stupid. They're not my idea. Yeah, I know. I reported all of them and blocked them. Oh, this is stupid.
Why is she mumbling? She's saying like they need to
Report
deport all
them,
them
block
black
them.
women. They're just stupid.
Oh, this is stupid. Yeah, I know. I reported all of them and blocked them. Oh, this is stupid.
See, because she can speak clearly. She can speak clearly, but like she can't speak clearly when she's doing her racism. She's not even like, you know, really about her racism. Like when she said the N-word, she whispered it, you know. She was like she whispered the N-word, and now she's like, yeah, I know they need to support all the black women. Like she's not standing on it. People are like, we love you. You know, you're our queen now. All hail my subway queen. Don't worry, queen, we love you out here.
or over here. I still find it funny that they actually think that we don't use that word. It's one of the most used words daily. How am I supposed to describe them? TikTok is just on her side. You didn't do anything wrong. That's coming from me. I'm black. You're my hero, by the way. Twitter doesn't hate you. We love you. No, actually, Twitter loves you. That video was awesome. You're a queen. Was even the context before the video? Like what happened in the context? They had sold to me on the train. I don't believe that. Ignore them, queen. I haven't seen a single post on Twitter dragging you. Your reaction was valid. You were low-key valid. You were amazing. Just be careful. Twitter freaking loves you. Our queen. That was a god tier rage bait, and your shocked face right out at the end was dying. Nice to see someone who doesn't care. We need more of her out here in this world, right?
Yeah, me too. But what was I gonna say? People are like talking about crypto. I haven't even looked at the ones with the low income people yet.
What?
Yeah, me too. But what was I gonna say? People are like talking about crypto. I haven't even looked at the ones with the low income people yet.
What is she talking about?
Yeah, me too. But what was I gonna say? People are like talking about crypto. I haven't even looked at the ones with the low income people yet.
I mean, I know she said
Yeah,
crypto,
me
but she's
too.
like, she said, people are talking to her about like starting a crypto coin because she's like going viral. But then she said she hasn't looked at the low income people yet. Like, I'm confused. She's on drugs. She may be on drugs. Like, that may support. Like, that may describe a lot.
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads.
And she posts like AI footage with a Subway crown as a reference to like the Burger King guy who said the N-word on the plane. I'm African black and I completely support you in the decision you made that day. I'm African black. Okay. As a black person, I support you 100%. You ate them with one word. Defend her at all costs. Why is she getting hate? You know, you're truly a queen. I laughed that you remained calm despite the attack. But you amaze us. We laugh at your reaction. You know what I mean? And so like, this is like a consistent thing. I'm on team Subway Queen. The ape to going crazy meme was hilarious. You won Subway Queen. Well, it used to be believable. What is these comments? It's just like, it's the, first of all, Larry Ellison's Twitter. This is not really a surprise that's happening on Larry Ellison's Twitter. I'm sorry, Twitter, TikTok. Larry Ellison's TikTok. But yeah, like this is just, people are just like, kind of like a cultural backswing of people like, man, we're bringing the N-word back. Remember, chat, when we asked like, when are people going to bring the N-word back? We're here. We are here. It didn't even take that long. Yeah, Nazi supposedly memes, bro. Paper beats rock. Nazi memes, right? Getting 67 likes.
Bro, what if I was like someone I like was about to like on me and I was like, yo, so you like white chocolate? Like, are you sure? Like, oh my god, are you sure you like white
I think she's on drugs. I think she's drugged out.
chocolate? So you like white chocolate? Bro, what if I was
There's a
like
video of the split screen with the guy with the red durag on. There's a comment in there where she's being kissed by a black guy. There's layers to this. I'm sorry, what?
I had someone.
We're making our way through the. She just posts a lot. As a black person, girl, I understand.
Oh, they cocked on. Go to the next call. Next call.
We're on your side. They chimping out. Not gonna lie, I can't even blame you. Why were they after you in the first place? They can dish it out, but they can't receive it. One word versus 1,000. You won, sis. You did the right thing. Okay, she won at 20 versus 1. Not gonna lie, she did the right thing. Like, this is kind of the thing. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just saying I've dated like black guys, but
Her husband or boyfriend is black, so it's not that deep. And she says she dated black
I'm just saying
guys.
I've dated like black guys, but they weren't like the best. They were like, they,
Not so race, by the way. What is she? I don't even know what she's saying, bro.
I'm just saying I've dated like black guys, but they weren't like the best. They were like showing me all. Oh, can I go? And they used me so fun and they told me. And then I'm like, that's my dad. I don't look like any other white people.
I think it's rage bait. 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 Being rage baited. We're being rage baited. We're being rage baited. She's rage baiting. Right. So I don't even really care about her as like a person. It's more about like the comments, you know. You can post it by Joey Salads. Can't cancel someone who doesn't care. How you felt that we stand with you, sissy. I just know it's on site when they catch you. Be safe out there. Why'd they even start yelling at you? Who they mad? Should have said it louder for the ones in the back. You know what I mean? This is just like the. This is Larry Ellison's TikTok. This is just what exists on Larry Ellison's TikTok. The AVE, yeah, the AVE, the black profile pictures. You know what I mean? The usage of black memes, like.
I missed the body catcher.
60% are bots.
I believe.
No.
For the watch, Prezi plain Jane. Lamborghini chain. Rest in peace.
She is also dragging it because like she has nothing else to look with, you know? Also posting AI memes.
Y'all act like I don't have any stance or ever had in the community, so I get really weirded out when I'm framed as a racist white person.
What?
I don't think so. Y'all act like I don't have any stance or ever had in the community, so I get really weirded out when I'm framed as a racist white person.
What?
I don't think so. Burger King belongs to the people forever and ever.
She has to be on drugs. She has to be on drugs.
Girl, I can't notice but to notice you.
A subway fight almost went physical. It caused a huge stir on the internet. The internet can't decide whether subway fight almost.
The outside looking in, and people are harassing, intimidating, and throwing racial slurs at this girl. Girl remains quiet, says one word, and now she's the bad one. That's literally not even what happened. If you watch the video, which we did, we watched the original video, right? There is directly referencing the fact that she's assaulted people. She assaulted people. The white girl assaulted people, saying that people like the black people on the train need to be deported, right? Making racist remarks to them, right? Putting her hands on people, and they're directly responding to that. But again, they want their white queen to really stick it to those blacks. That's kind of all it is. You know what I mean?
A young woman is being called the subway queen online after a video showed how she handled a tense conflict on a subway train.
Yeah, I think.
And she's again, now she's starting to stitch other black women, I guess, as like a. I mean, she's just dragging it. Like that's what it is.
So I slept in the New York subway for a year. Because I couldn't stand Georgia at all. So that's what happened.
She's on drugs. She's on drugs. Like I cannot believe it.
But I'm glad to be back like
It appears to me y'all have lost your fucking minds.
Also, I did see this video as well, which we'll look at this video from Gene, your outcomes. I mean, I don't get on TikTok a lot. The fact that I saw this shows that you know, is the case. But here, that's who the subway queen is. We usually did like a little deep dive in that background and what that was about. And let's get into like some of the reactions to that. Subway queen defenders.
Like an N-word, then
But
you're
she's
gonna.
not. Her eyes are just like I know a crazy person. A person who's high or something does not like that. I don't believe you. I think you're wrong. Can you, stop blaming drugs. Some people are pure sober losers. Yeah, I know, but I do think she's on drugs. I think she's on something.
Get called the N-word. Like, they were literally chimping out. And it's not a race thing. Anybody of any race can chimp out, but it was just specifically those black people that were chimping out. Why does literally nobody have a sense of humor anymore? Like, it's literally just dark humor. This is why we have black fatigue. Because why are you acting so black and offended? I'm black and I found it funny.
Yeah.
Get her that Burger King crown. That queen needs a crown. They provoked her first. She had to say the N-word in self-defense. I mean, her life was literally in
To be
danger. We
fair-
all saw that video.
To be fair, we already have the tactical N-word to show your interlocutors that your words do not impress you. And then we also have the self-defense N-word, where you have to say the N-word in self-defense. So you have to think about that.
No, that was the only thing she could do to get herself out of that situation. She didn't have a choice.
Exactly. Y'all don't understand it. You don't see it.
It's an N-word pass for me because that was funny. So she gets the pass. Wait, like, why do I kind of stan her? Like, she's a queen for that. Like, that was iconic. Like, she's a hero. If you act like an N-word, then you're gonna get called the N-word. Like, they were literally chimping out. And it's not a race thing. Anybody of
Yeah. So there's that. I also wanted to show you this video because it leads into something else I wanted to talk about on TikTok. But here, let's get into it.
Y'all have lost your fucking minds. This girl on the subway got into an altercation. There were some black girls yelling at her, and she waited until her stop. She stepped off the train and called them the N-word with the hard ER. This is a non-black person, obviously. There are people calling her the subway queen, saying that she gets a pass. There are black people, specific types of black people, if you know what I mean, who unfortunately are mostly male, saying that she gets a pass. What they're not acknowledging is that there's context before that where the girl tried to take up space on the subway, assaulted a man, and the black girls were like literally telling her that she was a piece of shit because she assaulted somebody and was trying to take up seating on a public mode of transportation. Y'all are saying that this girl is a queen. This girl is clearly a Karen. And not only that, this is not the first whispering of y'all trying to look for excuses to say the N-word this here Black History Month. Touré, and I tried to keep it cute. I tried to give like a little light interpretation of my light little spin on it. Touré, you're a coon. Not only are you,
And so, if you are a bit confused about who Touré is and what he's going to be talking about here, do I have a video for you? Because when I found this video, who is that? This is Touré. He has 700,000 followers on TikTok. You might have actually seen him if you're on TikTok because he was defending Hassan recently. On the Gavin Newsom stuff.
Hassan Piker is getting absolutely piled on by Democratic harm reduction.
What did he do? He defended her. I think it's less about him defending her and more about this other video that he made that is titled "ICE Agents Are Not Black." That I think is what rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And so we're gonna watch it and then we'll get back to the Shaheed video. Because he makes a point in this video. I don't know if I would say it is a good point, but it is a point that he makes in this video. So let's get into it.
Some black people are very mad that I said that it's
Oh, well, okay, this is a follow-up to a separate video. Okay, I need to see that video first. Oh my goodness, he made so many videos defending this. Okay, hold on. There's a video here. And then we'll go here. This is the main video that got 200,000 likes.
9.
Can white people call black ice the N-word? 200,000 likes. Let's hear him out. Maybe he comes to a good constructive point in this conversation. Maybe. Let's see. Yes, he did this on Black History Month. Let's see.
99.9% of the time, it is wrong for a white person to call a black person the N-word. But we may have found the exception. In Minneapolis.
Immediately, incorrect. Pause. Hold on. No. That is not true. No. Let's look. We don't even need to have this conversation. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Let us continue.
Minneapolis recently, a white anti-ICE protester was in a group of anti-ICE protesters yelling at a black ICE Gestapo agent. An unidentified white male called the black ICE agent a house N-word who's working for the KKK. That's right, we have a white man calling a black man the N-word. But this
and before
is a
even
little
getting
bit
into
different.
this, right?
White on black.
Before we even getting into this, right? There's strong evidence that the white guy didn't even say it, and it was a black guy who said it, who was behind the camera. So immediately we're arguing on incorrect and wrong framing. You feel me? Incorrect and wrong framing immediately. So out of nowhere, this guy was like, "Yeah, no, I want to defend white people calling black people the N-word," even though that is not what we engage with. But let's continue with this.
Have a white man calling a black man the N-word. But this is a little bit different. White on black usage of the N-word is a very serious issue. But this is a curveball example. Is it wrong for a white person to call a black ICE officer a house N-word?
Chat, what do you think? Let's pose the question to the audience. What do you believe? I need a poll for this one. Because 200,000 people, almost 300,000 people, right, agreed with him. But let's continue.
Let's explore.
Sure.
The white man who used the N-word in this situation was being historically precise. This black ICE agent.
Oh, so don't worry, chat. Don't worry, chat. He's being historically precise. That makes it okay. It is an anti-fascist tactical N-word. So we have white woman who's being bullied by black women, calls the black woman bullied, calls the black woman N-word, self-defense N-word. You have Vosh who tactically uses an N-word against other white people to show his interlocutors that their words do not impress him. Tactical N-word. And then you have white guy, allegedly white guy, saying the N-word to a black ICE agent is being a historically accurate N-word. Man, I like the flavors of N-word. It's like Power Rangers, you know what I mean? It's like Power Rangers. You just say house slave or Uncle Tom. No. I'm sorry. It's not white people's role to police the Uncle Tom nature of black people and their role in perpetuating like imperialist thought or being a part of the Gestapo. Black people can handle that. We got that. We can police our own communities. We don't need to police our own communities and have white people police our communities. Like, we're good. We can handle it.
A house N-word to the utmost degree. A black man in ICE is a modern house slave. He's a barely paid mule for white supremacy.
Also, this is fundamental. I think the term house slave, right, or house N-word or whatever, is very consistently misunderstood, right? Especially in a historical context, right? As Kalui is saying, house slaves were still slaves. And not all slaves who were in the house were like these pseudo race traders to the enslaved population, right? Most of them were a product of rape from the the slave owner raping one of the slaves, or the other slave owner, like the slave owner's wife, aka still slave owner, raping one of the slaves. That slave being lighter than that lighter slave being allowed in the house because they're not fully dark or fully black, right? Is where the term comes from, and it's been reduced down and removed from its historical context to just mean somebody who is a traitor to the other slave, or a race trader. Like, the slaves in the house still faced oppression. It was different oppression, and did they oftentimes, side with the slave owners because they got a meager crumb of and a leg up as compared to the slaves in the field? Yes. Was that all slaves in the house? No. Is it reductive to reduce it down to just, house slave just means somebody who is a race trader or a sellout? Yes, it's reductive. That is a reductive way to describe what was going on there. They're going to read his book, Who's Afraid of Post-Blackness and What It Means to Be Black Now. This guy's book? Probably not. There's a difference between Uncle Ruckus and Tom, the lawyer from Boondocks. Yeah. And so it's just like, it's not valid. That's when I realized about it was sus when he used that term. Yeah. It is a invalid way to describe somebody who is a sellout, essentially. There's another one. I saw it fly by. It's called the ICE agent, a Nazi or a fascist. What are we doing? Also, the majority of ICE agents are Latino. Why focus on the few black agents? Because they get it? No, I didn't get it. It is I actually don't know the racial demographics and breakdowns of ICE agents, right? But it is true the majority of ICE agents aren't black, right? And so the need for some people to identify and highlight the racial aspect of like the black ICE agents is what people do to cops, right? It's what people do to cops. And honestly, people do to like black liberals and black conservatives pretty consistently. And the idea is to draw a distinction or draw attention to the cognitive dissonance of being a marginalized person, but being a part of the system that is doing and perpetuating harm. Right? That's what the idea is. That's what people are trying to do when they make these conclusions. If I'm being as generous as I possibly can. Right? Being Black American because there are Black Latinos? No. Yes. That's not the point. We're moving on. That's not the point. The point is that they're trying to draw a distinction between the dichotomy of or the cognitive dissonance between a black person who is black in their identity and who is perpetuating anti-blackness. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they're trying to do or attempting to do. However,
you cannot perpetuate anti-blackness to try to call out a black person for being a part of white supremacy. And you can do that in a way that is not perpetuating anti-blackness. Like, I will not accept any white person calling Candace Owen a coon. Right? I would not accept any white person calling any black person a coon. Or the N-word, or a house N-word, or like, even Uncle Tom is getting into that getting into that territory where it's like, this is not your place. Right? Or Candace Owens. I think Candace Owens is getting to a line. You know, it's approaching. It's approaching. But I like, you know what? It's not inherently rooted in anti-blackness to point out that Candace Owens is doing white supremacy, right? But it's getting to a point. Now, Candace is fine. No, it's not about the phrase. It's about the position out, or like the right that white people have or non-black people have to speak about race traitors of the black community. You know what I mean? It's not about whether or not the term Klandness is fine. It's like, you know, are you getting too deep into like, you know, interpersonal black people discourse by being like, you're a traitor to black people and you're black. What is this about? You know what I mean? And so Klandness is one thing. And like, I think the way how Hassan uses Klandness, I think it's whatever. It's fine. Right. But when you like start being like, you're starting to speak over and for black people and how we police the people in our communities, is this where it gets too far, right? You know, I'm not speaking for black people's business, but talking about, you know, the usage and utilization of the N-word or the term coon or whatever, like that is so far outside of the pale, right? I think a good rule of thumb is that if it's a slur or a derogatory term, you shouldn't use it for black people that are bad either, right? It's like, oh, perfect example. I saw, somebody on Twitter, Revolutionary Blackout Network. Revolutionary Black Network. That person, right? Let me see. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Not Black Red Guard. No. It's like his name is it's like Socialist MMA on Twitter. Nick Cruz. Revolutionary Blackout Network. Yeah. Should I find it? Hold on. I'm trying to find it. It was a few days ago. He went back and forth with this thing. Thank you. I knew somebody would find it. It's like this. Because he was going back and forth with one of my mutuals. Can the gay community give us all a pass to call Nick Fuentes a F word? I never had an urge to use that word until I see Nick Fuentes speak. Like, this is insane. This is insane and is bad and is not good. And you should not do this if you are a supposed socialist. He's friends with Haas. That's not surprising, ACP. I've never understood the want to say slurs because they view slurs as harmful. And they're like, oh, if slurs are harmful, I want to harm this marginalized person on the basis of their identity. Remember yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, last stream, we talked about that white girl who came out and was like, you need to start being mean to people and attack them on immutable characteristics that, and that's what the left needs to do. You remember that, chat? Let's see if I can find it. And I said how that was silly. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Nope, that's Tanisha Carter. That's Adam Mockler. Tanisha Carter. I found it. Aha. This.
We are underutilizing a crucial tool of the resistance, and that is bullying. And of course you don't know how to bully. You're a good person, but don't worry, I'm a bad person. This is kind of vulnerable to admit, but I am a recovering mean girl. I'm a lot nicer now, but I still got that dog in me, and that dog bites. I'm gonna walk you through some tricks of the trade. The first thing you need to know about bullying is that it is not about you. It is about your target. Center yourself from the narrative. Stop thinking in terms of what I think. Start thinking in terms of what they think. Zero in on them and what they think is bad, and then use it. Where should I begin?
That's what people are doing when you're doing stuff like, you know, should you call ICE agents the N-word? You know, or should you call Nick Fuentes the F slur, right? Or should you call Candace Owens a code? You know what I mean? Like, these are not conversations that you should have, especially if you have a worldview that's based foundationally in empathy. You can criticize, and you should criticize, Candace Owens. You should yell at like black ICE agents. But attacking them on the basis of their identity and using slurs to do so perpetuates the same systems that we're trying to, you know, walk back and dismantle in the first place. Because you're not just harming that black ICE agent by calling him a slur. You are normalizing that language that harms all black people. You're not just harming, right, Nick Fuentes by calling him the F slur, right? Honestly, you're probably not harming him at all. What you are doing is you're harming the very real queer people on your side, right? The very real queer people on your side who are harmed by that language, who don't like that language, who don't like the perpetuation of that language being used as a pejorative. Dark Woke started off good and then turned racist real quick. Dark Woke was never good. It was based foundationally in this same principle of like, what if we just start bullying right-wingers? That is one, I'm sorry, not very effective, right? If we're being entirely real, not very effective. But two, right, it's about bullying them for things that like it's still working within the framework of society, right? Fatness is demonized by society. And so you bully fat conservatives for being fat, right? But even though there are fat people on the left who experience that fat phobia that you are perpetuating, you know what I mean? Like, white supremacy exists in society. And so the anti-blackness you're throwing that way, it's like that one meme, or it is a meme, but like that one picture of, oh, this is Gohan. Say hi, Gohan. Although this is also a picture that I drew on paint with my mouse. Anyway, it's like that one meme where it's like, you have like three people. You have this guy. Yeah, this guy. And then you have this person. Huge head. I don't know why. And it's like this. Right? The N-word. Right? And this is like a black ICE agent. And then like a random black person. Let's see here. Right? So you think that you're attacking this black ICE agent, but you're actually by proxy attacking this random black person who is on your side, who agrees with you, and you're harming them for no reason. Like, so when you have Kyle Klinsky out here dropping the R slur, and using the R slur against conservatives, you're harming like the very real disabled people that exist in our movement who don't like that word. So what I'm wondering is that black ICE agents reflect racism? Yes. They have a racism mirror. They're like,
chooses they want to say slurs, let's be honest. Yes, yeah. And I've been saying this forever, and people yelled at me. Isn't it race reductionist to focus on inherent hypocrisies of black capitalism within a fascist government? Not necessarily, especially if it's coming from black people. Right? Also, we're not saying this. Like, I'm sorry, chat. Passes don't exist. They're not a thing. They're not a thing. It's about the harm you cause. I call welcome to the day for this take a bunch. Oh, welcome to the club. Right, but that's the issue, and that's the problem, right? Because, and let me explain it, right? I'll explain it in a way that, like, if you're not marginalized, you probably still won't understand, but I'll try to explain it this way, right? This language is dehumanizing, right? This person is bad. Even if you think that they should be dehumanized because they were an ICE agent, dehumanizing them based on their identity is a bad thing, and you shouldn't do it. By the way, I was actually being too late by inverting class reductionism. I have no idea what you're saying, if I'm being entirely real. But that's the point, and that's why it's bad. It has AOE, yeah. Right? But even for the ICE agent who sucks and is a bad person, right? It's the same reason why you shouldn't dead name, right, conservative trans people. That is a bad thing. Because you're dehumanizing them on the basis of them being trans. You should not call conservative black people the N-word because you're dehumanizing them on the basis of them being black. And that is a bad thing that we should be against. Holistically, it perpetuates white supremacy. Particularly the N-word is much worse. I'm not sitting here being like what is worse and what is not worse. Right? I'm just telling you that you shouldn't dehumanize people based on their identity because they are reprehensible. Right? Dehumanize them based on their freaking ICE agentness. Right? You should not be like, what would harm this person? Oh, they're black, the N-word would harm them. I'm going to call them the N-word. Because you're not harming them on the basis of being an ICE agent. Right? You may be harming them because they're an ICE agent, but you're harming them on the basis of them being black. And that's it. I think people are wholly too comfortable with doing this and engaging with this. Excuse me. Right? And that's what Tori is saying here and why it's so insane. He's like, you know what? Maybe white people should be able to call black people the N-word if they think black people are bad. Like, that's insane. And again, there's a difference between engaging with the cognitive dissonance of a black person supporting white supremacy and calling them slurs to dehumanize them on the basis of race. You know what I mean? So it's not like, hey, bro, you're black. You don't understand how this system hurts you, and you're a house N-word. And that's really it. Any black person giving impression that this cloud is not helping us at the core.
House N-word to the utmost degree. A black man in ICE is a modern house slave. He's a barely paid mule for white supremacy. The KKK were domestic terrorists. ICE is domestic terrorism. I think this is a valid usage of the N-word. He's not attacking his blackness per se.
Yes, he is. That's why he's calling him a slur. That if he wasn't attacking his blackness, he wouldn't call him a slur. It is a racial slur. I mean, the critique is identity within the fascist ideology. I'm agreeing with you. Hypocrisy is built into fascism. It's redundant. You're just being racist who is an anti-fascist somehow. They work for ICE. I'm sure their peers are already calling them the N-word just in passing. Maybe. That may be the case. And they're bad for doing that. That's not good. In white, first of all, the true take is this. White people should never feel comfortable calling people who they view as lesser than the N-word, right? Because it's a slippery slope regardless. If you can define that this black ICE agent is lesser than, therefore you can call him the N-word, why can't you not define that I'm lesser than and call me the N-word, right? Yeah, you don't get to make those decisions. Is kind of the take. I didn't get it either.
Attacking his bootlicking choice to be in ICE while being a black man. Being black in ICE makes you a house N-word. So to call you that, it's almost like a professor pointing out, oh look, there's a modern house N-word. I think this usage is valid and acceptable. If it had just been the N-word, that would be problematic.
Oh,
but when
thanks,
he
bro.
adds the house N-word, he's being historically realistic. So yes, it is okay to call black ICE agents house N-words. They are.
Like, that is insane. That is an insane thing to say. That is crazy. It sounds like satire, and it's not. This is debate perpetry at an all-time high. Yes, literally. Literally. Is the guy grifting somehow, or is he just a lunatic? No, he seems to be decent on other videos and on other issues, but I guess he just really wants people to call black people the N-word, because he doubles down in this video and then triples down in this video.
Okay to call a black ICE agent the N-word. Their argument, that word has been used as a weapon against our community. When you say we have suffered because of that word, you're including the black ICE agent in we. He is—
Yes, because he's still black. That's why you're calling him the N-word. And this is not about the ICE agent. It's about the normalization of language that will be used to dehumanize the rest of us. Right? It's okay. This is going to sound like a weird analogy. You know how much I love my analogies. It's like the death penalty. Right? It's like the death penalty. He's arguing for the death penalty because a murderer exists. He's like, well, this guy is a murderer. He's killed people. Therefore, he should be put to death by the state. Right? And our argument is like, it doesn't matter necessarily if like what the crime is. The utilization of the death penalty by the state would harm innocent people, and it has harmed innocent people, and the state shouldn't have that power. Right? But he's like, but look at this one instance of this guy. He's really bad. Why do you love him? You know? It's like, just because there exists black people who are reprehensible, right? Not more reprehensible than the other people in ICE, by the way, equally as reprehensible. Just because they exist there, you are co-signing the dehumanization of all black people. The N-word is not a mean word you're saying to people. It is a part of a dehumanizing system to dehumanize all black people.
argued about this to a self-proclaimed anarchist. That's simultaneously giving permission to people to say the word and then be surprised when people start throwing it around for anyone. Yeah. It's just like, it's insane. Like, if he was arguing that like black people should be allowed to call other black people this, I'm like, okay, you know, we can have a conversation about that. Right? Whether or not it fits. It still wouldn't fit, right? Because like black ICE agents, black police officers are not house inwards. They're not house slaves. They're not slaves, right? Slaves were unwilling. Do you think that slaves were like, oh, I'm gonna go and put myself in the house because I hate those field inwards or whatever. Those field Negroes are in my way. Like, no, they were assigned to the house in the same way that the field Negroes were assigned to the field. And in that position, there were people like slaves in the house who were siding with the white slave owners, right, against the people in the field. That did exist, right? And we can have a conversation about the role that has played in this conversation. But it's not like they chose to be there. It's a bad analogy. It is a bad analogy. It's not even analogous to an ICE agent. It's just not. And so him arguing that it's historically accurate is just wrong, right? If he called them like a race trader or a sellout, right, or even maybe like, okay, white people should never say this, obviously. But like, if black people were to call him like a coon, that would make more sense, right? Somebody who willingly sides with the oppression of not only black people, but other marginalized people to enrich themselves would make sense. That's not a house slave. That's not what that means. I think he's watched too much Django Unchained. Is a token brown shirt reasonable to say? I don't think you need to label them as a token. I don't think you need to make a reference to their race. It's not the place of any non-black person to do. We can do that. We can call out the people in our communities who are a part of this fascist system. You can just call them an ICE agent. You can just call them a brown shirt. You can just call them a Nazi. Because that's what they are. That's the role that they're occupying. The need to specifically call out the race of these people, right, I think comes from a little bit of racism from the people who are trying to do it. They're trying to find an excuse to use these language. They're trying to find an excuse to call out these identity markers, right? It's not your place to say how this person is a traitor to the black community. We can say how this person is a traitor to the black community. It's not your role. It's not your community. Let us handle that. I don't know if that's crazy. Right? But it feels like people just want to be able to call the people they deem as bad slurs. That's it. I don't understand why people think this would bring them to our side. See, that's the funny part. They don't care about that. This is separate than the people's methodology to like convert people. They just want to say slurs. That's it. It's not deeper than that. They just want to be able to say slurs. They want to find, there is a group of people who want to find the bad blacks. There is a group of people who want to find the bad blacks, who they are able to dehumanize on the basis of race and it be okay. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. They're like, oh, can I call this person a slur? He's a bad one of you. And then if you say no, they're like, oh, why are you protecting this Nazi? Like, no, you can't use the slur. He's like, okay, can I say it in private? No. Can I say it in a song? No. What if I say it towards a very bad black person? No. What if it's like a super bad black person? They're just trying to find. They're just trying to find a way to say the slur. That's it. Took it as a slur too. It's not a slur, but I don't think you need to call out or mention the race of like of an ICE agent because it's not your place. You know what I mean? If we're being real, these people are not doing historical analysis. They're not analyzing the history of how black people have been affected by the systems and why is this black person engaging with the system. They just wanna to. Here's the thing, right? This is where it comes from. I think it plays into a little bit of white exceptionalism, right? Where they want to somehow distinct the marginalized people who are a part of these systems from the white people who are also a part of these systems. You know what I mean? Which is why they single out like black conservatives, which is why they single out black cops, why they single out black ICE agents, right? Because they want to engage in the system of white supremacy in a way that they think is valid and justified. This, right, white leftists calling black ICE agents the N-word is white supremacy, right? They want to find black people that they are okay with being subjugating, right? They're like, okay, well, I can't subjugate normal, regular, everyday black people. What if I subjugate black conservatives? They're lesser, right? It's dehumanization, right? They're trying to find the correct vectors of who they can dehumanize that they can get away with, right? Is it? Imagine if this happened to American IDF soldiers, they would get it right away. It went away. But I was thinking wrong. I need an explanation. My mind is somewhere else on this. It's actually the same thing driving all the misogyny from leftist men. Yes. Oh, that's a really good example. That's a really good example. If people call IDF soldiers Jewish slurs, oh, honestly, maybe they'll get it. I don't have high hopes for them getting that. Honestly, maybe, potentially. But if that helps people understand that, then yeah. But that's kind of the point, right? So it's not only historically inaccurate, but it's also just playing into this role of people wanting to dehumanize people. People wanting, like, here's the take. The oppressor class and the motivation to find somebody to subjugate does not go away, right? Just because somebody becomes a leftist. You know what I mean? You are still under the system of white supremacy. You're still under the system of patriarchy. You're still under the system of like transphobia, right? And homophobia. You know what I mean? And so like if you're like a cis person, you still live in a transphobic society. And so society is going to nudge you into being transphobic. That's why learning and unlearning these things takes active effort. And you can't just get complacent, right? And this is my main problem. This is my main problem as it pertains to like converting former right-wingers. My main issue, right? It's never about understanding why these things are bad. It's only about finding better targets. It's what Ethan Klein did. Ethan Klein was never on the left. Ethan Klein never understood that what he said, right, when he was an anti-SJW was a problem. You feel me? He instead just found better targets for it, right? He was doing the same things that he was doing when he was anti-SJW, but then he just targeted Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. And people were like, oh, he's different. And I was trying to get people to understand that's not the case. He has not demonstrated that he's different. He just found better targets, right? He's not being a leftist or even really like a liberal. He just found better targets. And then people were surprised when he then turned that same methodology against the pro-Palestinian supporters, right? Against Palestinians, against Muslims, right? People were like, oh, who could have seen this coming? Why did he do this? It's because Ethan Klein never understood that maybe
right? His methodology of being reactionary, because that's what it is. It's reactionary, sentiment, reactionary behavior. He never stopped being reactionary, right? And a lot of these former right-wingers never stopped being reactionary. They don't want to stop being mean people. They don't want to stop being bad people. They don't want to stop saying slurs. They want to find the people where it's acceptable for them to say slurs too. And that's it. That's what they care about, right? And it's where there's a problem when you have a methodology of only just converting formerly right-wing people and not actually training them on like what is okay or not okay to say, right? The left is growing, the tent is growing, cool, great, awesome, and amazing, right? But the people who are here don't understand the core tenets of why they should be here in the first place, right? So all they're learning is like, okay, I can't call a regular black person the N-word, but I can call Candace Owens the N-word. I got it. Thank you. Thanks for telling me that, right? Oh, I can't call a regular working class black person the N-word, but I can call a black ICE agent the N-word. Awesome, cool. So I don't have to change what I'm doing to be a leftist. I just have to do it to the people you say are bad. Yeah, I can do that. And it still feeds into dehumanization. Does that make sense? Right? And that's why they are so against identity politics, right? At the very most, is identity politics annoying? Yes. But the way that a lot of white leftists treat identity politics is like it's worse than like Nazism. Have y'all seen that? The way that they talk about identity politics, it's like it's literally worse than like Nazis. Right? Like, is it annoying? Yes. Is a materialist framework that's based in class analysis more effective? Yes. But I think why people are so against identity politics is because it makes them have to reckon with the fact that they maybe have to change some of their shitty behavior, right? In order to be effective, like left-wing, like moral advocates. But they don't want to change their shitty behavior. They don't want to stop doing that shitty behavior. They want to do that shitty behavior towards the bad black people, towards the bad trans people, towards the bad queer people, towards the bad immigrants, towards the bad marginalized people. And that's it. That's what they care about. Right? That's why they have infinite smoke when it comes to like black liberals and black conservatives, especially black liberals, when it comes to black liberals doing identity politics, but let it be a freaking white liberal 20-year-old debate bro who's saying the same shit, then they're learning and they're growing. They're on the pathway to change, you know? That's it. I feel like we have this conversation so many times. So many times. But that's it. Every 6 months, I feel like. The things that white liberals have, white liberals are worse at times too. Yeah. Honestly, I would go as far as say white liberals are significantly worse than the black liberals are most of the time. You remember me? We met that day? I did not remember. Wait, are you the same person who said that we went to school together? No, you're not. Somebody always comes in and says we went to school together. Because white people really don't want to give up their slurs. Yeah, and telling them to give up their slurs is like, you know, being resistant to change. You know? We went to community college together? That's crazy. I never went to a community college, so I don't think that's the case. John from linear algebra, what's up? It's been a long time. How did you know I took linear algebra? There's probably 8 at the same Bojangles. That honestly, that may be the case. That I can believe this one. This one is believable. Speaking of Idpol, that
Dodgy woman on Twitter. Oh, Denisha Carter. Yeah. Oh, I hate Denisha Carter, bro. I hate Denisha Carter. And this is what pisses me off. You know what else pisses me off? I'm still on that one person who called me a liberal. From Hassan's chat. Denisha Carter is the one black girl who Hassan was beefing with yesterday. This person. Hassan Soundboard called you a liberal? No, not Hassan Soundboard. Does she have a weird sex case? I don't think she has a. She had some beef or a conversation with this dude named Khalil. I don't know if it was a weird sex case. But it was a thing where she was like, it was like manipulation and abuse. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Stalking, maybe it was that as well. I don't think she has like an official case. It was some weird stuff. I don't know. It was some weird stuff. She seemed like AI, and she's not AI. I don't really see the difference. No, she's not AI. She was doing like this before AI was a thing. Like, this was kind of her. It was like her brand. It was like to speak in like a monotone voice. Look at her oldest content, right? Like this is what she was doing.
But when your preference is not nice, that's not a preference.
I get that we want everyone to feel loved. I get that we want everyone to feel included. And I also get that our preferences are heavily influenced by media and what we've been taught to like. And I also get that our preferences...
This was a part of her branding. But no, she's a real person. She's just annoying. Also the funniest part of Denisha Carter's the funniest part of Denisha Carter lore that I know, I didn't share this in Sasha yesterday because it wasn't a part of the conversation, is she had an account. This is the funniest Denisha Carter lore that I know. She had an account on TikTok, right? That was just her hand. Have you ever seen a TikTok account that just had a hand pointing at the sky that was just doing like this while she was talking? Right? It was supposed to be a secret account. She didn't show her face. It was just her hand just doing this while she was talking, pointing at the sky. People found out that it was her. They're like, I think this is Denisha Carter. And she got mad at people who found out that was her, because she said that people were ruining her secret account, and she deleted the entire account because they said people ruined it. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll see if I can find it. It was the funniest thing. I was just like, what is happening, bro? I was like, what is happening? See, Denisha. Also, she's a capitalist. Carter. Secret hand account. Here. She deleted the account, but she did it on her main account one time. This is it. We'll get back to the main topic of discussion in a second.
Okay, fine, I'll give you what you want. Just one time on the main page. Just one time on the main page. First of all, one of you bitches jinxed me. Remember when I said my nails don't crack? Now all of a sudden I'm missing a fingernail. Who complimented me and forgot to say mashallah? Anyway, continuing. Here's some random tea for you. You know something that will always piss me off? The fact that the standard of being easy to work with or a nice person, whatever the case may be, especially in a professional setting, will always be based around how much bullshit you're willing to tolerate. 9 times out of 10, if you hear that someone is hard to work with, especially a person of color or a black person or a woman, that is code for they don't put up with bullshit. They're not with the okie doke. They advocate for themselves. They don't let gaslighting or deflection work against them. They have clear boundaries and don't let people take advantage of them. One of the toughest things for someone...
Anyway, I'm not going to make you watch all this. But the point is that she had a secret account and it got exposed that it was her. Ooh, I found a video about it from Xander. This is about the secret account.
You want attention so badly, which here I am again, giving it to you for free, that you do this, and it's annoying as hell.
This is ridiculous. First of all, I never wanted your attention. I never needed your attention. I have my own platform and you have your own platform. I don't need your attention. You are one creator of a much larger sample size that I could have just picked from and used the exact same example. Because the entire point of the video is that creators are multifaceted. Point blank period, that is it. Nothing else, nothing more. As far as the second account goes, you were commenting your own secondary account on your main channel. If you truly wanted it to stay anonymous, why even have fourth wall breaking discourse on your main account? And additionally, I said in the video, don't tag that account. I said in my comment section, don't tag that account. I had a few moderators.
So she got mad at people for tagging her secret account because she wanted it to stay secret. And it had like 150,000 followers. It was such a silly, stupid drama. But it kind of demonstrates exactly who Denisha Carter is that she gets so stuck in her, like, you know, her, like, branding or in her, like, account identity of, like, doing her, like, monotone speaking voice with her color contacts in, that she's like, how dare you say that my secret account is my account? Why are you leaking that to people? Yada, yada. You know, it's so weird. But it's one of the funniest parts of the Denisha Carter lore that I've heard about from being on TikTok for the last 6 years, basically.
Any single time somebody would mention that account, I just
also, why are y'all
stupid
arguing in my replies? What is happening? What are y'all yelling about?
It got out of control. The video has over 700,000 views now. That is not my fault when I did every single thing that I could do as a creator to keep that account private. And the tweet had way more to do with the fact that I was pleasantly surprised. You genuinely fooled people into thinking that you were an AI, and I was genuinely surprised more people didn't know about the hand. Now, about my 70 videos that were 3, the first one was the original content. The second one was me telling my entire...
What do you mean they're banned now? What happened? What did they say? Okay, now you piqued my interest. I was making a joke and you started being a Spartans, which is admittedly funny, but this is becoming way more serious and it's necessary and thus not fun. So what is happening? Oh my goodness, this goes back forever. Treat black ICE agents the same as white ones. To be fair, white people can be racist to each other too, so that might be bad advice. What? Don't pretend like we don't know about white on white racism. Be real. Good one. Are you joking? So we just don't know history. That's cool. It's okay. Are you gonna make an argument or are we done here? Okay. Chatter wanted to troll, but then like couldn't stop the troll. That's what happened. That's what happened. Shatter wanted to troll, and at no point was like, hey, okay, maybe this troll has gone too far. and then got mad that people took him seriously. Like, you can troll Chatter, but you can't be upset when like people are just like, are you joking? And it'd be like, are you gonna make an argument or are we done here? You know what I mean? Like, you trolled too close to the sun. Rip. Happens to the best of us though. Anyway, we're gonna get back to away from Denisha Carter and then back to, can you call black ICE agents the N-word, I guess.
It appears.
Let's continue with this video.
Is not in we. He is not black. He is not part of the community. People say,
like, even if I want to have a take on this person revoking people's blackness, whatever. White people calling black ICE agents the N-word because they're not black is white people deciding who is and is not black, which is inherently white supremacy. And white people don't get to decide that. They don't get to decide who is the good black and the bad black. They don't get to decide who is a black worth calling the N-word and not. You know what I mean? We can decide that. You and I. Maybe not you, but like I can decide that. I'm the CEO of Black People. Right? So like they can't be like, well, I've decided that you are an unworthy black, and therefore I get to call you the N-word. Right? Number one. Number two, you don't cease being black when you engage in white supremacy. The fact that they are black and engaging in white supremacy is worth a deeper discussion, but you don't cease being black when you engage in white supremacy. Right? You don't get to be like, okay, well, this person's not a part of us. They are a part of us. They are a part of our community. We have things we need to work on as a community because they are a part of our community, right? And we need to hold them accountable because they are black and they do represent us to a certain degree, even if they shouldn't, and that doesn't exist in like the white community, if you will. You know? So he's wrong about that too.
That was the last word many of us heard before being lynched. That is 100% correct. But if you're a black ICE agent, you're part of a lynch mob chasing people of color. He's not a descendant of those who got lynched. He's a descendant of those who were doing the lynching.
That's not true. He's black. He is a descendant of the people who were being lynched, whether you like it or not. He has chosen to engage in a system of domestic terror, and that is a problem, and that is wrong. But you can't just decide to remove this person's history and out of this community because you don't like what they're engaging in. They are a part of our community, and we need to hold them accountable. But that doesn't give other communities the avenue to, dehumanize not just that person, but the rest of us. Right? Because of their choice. Right? He's monolithizing black people. He's saying that black people should allow dehumanization of the entire community because of one individual. You know what I mean? That's what he's saying. He's saying this one individual is essentially a representative of black people, and so white people should be allowed to use dehumanizing rhetoric towards the entirety of the black community, because that's what using the N-word is, because this one black person is bad. Right? You are literally attacking him on the basis of his identity. That's what you're doing. That is it. That is what you're doing. You're saying, what is your identity markers? Oh, you're a black person? I'm going to call you a anti-black racial slur because it harms you because you're a part of ICE. The fact that you think you need a racial slur to harm the racial minorities in ICE shows, it highlights your true colors. You care more about the racial part than you do about the ICE part. Right? You're hyper-focusing on the black ICE agent part as opposed to the ICE agent part. Why are you not using the same rhetoric you use against white ICE agents? Why are you hyper focusing on the identity of this ICE agent, right? And does it serve a deeper purpose of dehumanization? Right? I'm not even saying you can't dehumanize ICE agents. I'm just saying don't dehumanize people based on the avenue of race. You should not call black ICE agents the N-word. You should not dead name trans ICE agents. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you should not dehumanize people on the basis of their marginalization. They're ICE agent. Call them pigs, call them Gestapo, call them Nazis. It's also called white agents the N-word. You're getting mixed signals. Like, that's what they are. Right? But the dehumanizing of trans people or black people or queer people or all these people, right? That comes from it's based in something real. It's based in a system of oppression.
You're a black man in ICE. You have abandoned the community. You are a traitor. Maybe he's more
And
of a
that's not
slave
for white people to decide. I'm sorry. Maybe that's where we have a difference in opinion. I don't take it personally when trans people are transphobic to Nazis, but I'm not the CEO of Trans Tifa. And you don't have to take it personally, right? I'm not saying you have to personally be offended on behalf of like a black ICE agent or a trans ICE agent or whatever, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that it serves an overarching system of harm, right? And dehumanizing rhetoric that exists beyond that person. And if you are for the dissolution of white supremacy, you should not want to perpetuate it. And that does perpetuate it. It doesn't change because that person is morally reprehensible. Right? It's not about that individual, right? There is as ADK is saying, a permission structure for the use of the N-word. You know? You're normalizing it.
Than a house Negro, but either way, you have destroyed your connection to the community. He's not a brother. He's not black.
And that's not something white people can determine. And white people calling him a house N-word is them making that determination. And in my opinion, that's not something they can determine. As a white person, you don't have a say in who is and who's not black. You don't. You don't have a say. We can hold this person accountable. The fact that white people think that they need to speak for our communities is white supremacy. The fact that they don't think that we can do a good enough job holding ourselves accountable is white supremacy. Maybe they should focus on their own issues first before they start coming and speaking up for us here. Biden did? Yeah, Biden did do it. And we all clown on him for doing that, you know? Joe Biden can decide if you're black. Yeah. High school shooters. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying is that I think that there are issues that you should focus on before speaking for black people.
I was about to go get that.
That's just how I feel. Zon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Not part of our community. He's definitely not your brother. He would unalive you in a second. He wouldn't think, oh, that's a sister. I shouldn't. No, he would think, Massa Stephen Miller said, I can do anything I want. So you're defending Stephen from Django with a hammer who's part of a lynch mob chasing down people.
And this is the problem, is that he sees it as like this myopic thing of like either you're attacking them, you have to, in his world, in Tori's world, you have to call them slurs or you're defending them. Is that not insane? Nobody's defending these people. I don't care about this person. Also, Cheddar is correct. I did call it. He only views like house slaves or house N-words through the view of a movie. Through Django. And that's it. Look, I'm sorry. That is not reality. I know your emotes. I use it all the time in other chats too. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is like the movie. We made by a white dude, by the way. Yeah. And funnily enough, a movie where a white guy calls black people the N-word. Makes sense why he likes it. Makes sense why he likes it. I'm just saying. And honestly, I would go as far to say is that this guy a black person who gives white people passes to say the N-word is more of a coon than a black guy. Nah, they're about equal. I'll say it's about equal. Is that Reality and Django is another story that you know. Yeah. You listened to the new Keem album yet? I have not. But I'm thinking for the tier 1. I have not listened to the new Keem album. Now you can call them other names. No need for the slurs. Gestapo pigs to be slaughtered during the reckoning is enough.
Make that make sense.
Yeah, and the question is that why do people think that that's not enough? Why do white people think that that's not enough? It's enough for white people, right? it's enough dehumanizing for white people, but for black people, why do they feel like they need to go further to dehumanize them? You know, why do they feel like they need to dehumanize the black people deeper than these other communities? I don't know. It's interesting. Do you think online commentators use media for further and easier explanation, or they only view the issue through that lens? I think it could be both. But in this case, he's incorrect about his historical analysis because it's based in a movie, basically. His myopic view of how house slaves existed as race traders is definitionally myopic. It's so narrow in its scope and its focus that it's historically inaccurate. House slaves were not race traders. And I think colloquially it's become synonymous with the term race trader because of Django and other media in that way, but also because of a lack of black education. Right? They were slaves. They were assigned to the house, and some of which used that positionality in proximity to whiteness to benefit them, but they were still slaves. They didn't have a choice. They are not analogous with modern contemporary race traders, black cops. They're not. That's not crazy. You feel me? Which are gonna get in my head anyone who feel the need to use a slur, much less in a supposed anti-fascist way. I can't wrap my head around it. Dude is excusing it either. Is it all rage bait on the ends? Because, right, you are a normal person. The people who would want to call a black ICE agent a slur are people who just want to use slurs. Let's call it what it is, right? Somebody who would call a black ICE agent the N-word is somebody who would, if they were able to get away with it, call a random black person who they made mad an N-word, or interpersonally call a black person an N-word. They just found an avenue that is so socially accepted, right? Also, I think China brought up a good point. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Uncle Tom's Cabin was not categorizing all of the slaves in the house as like Uncle Toms or race traders or whatever, right? Uncle Tom's Cabin spoke to a specific type of black person that existed in the antebellum South, and not like wide, breadths of like all house slaves were like this or whatever, right? Tied to their class, yeah, in their positionality and proximity to whiteness, but that is not analogous to like all house slaves, and thus calling somebody who is a race trader a house slave is, or potentially could be, inaccurate a lot of the times.
We understand all of this quite easily when it comes to Clarence Thomas and Candace Owens.
Yeah, you can't call them slurs either. I'm sorry, I hate to take the fun away from white people. I know a big part of why a lot of white leftists is to call black conservative slurs. You can't do that. I'm sorry, you can't call Clarence Thomas and Candace Owens slurs either. You don't get to just find a good, correct target to just call somebody a slur. Hold on now, a minute. Even Clarence, I'm sorry, if you're a white person, you can't. I can, and I will. Trust and believe, I will. You cannot. I need to reschedule my weekend now. I was on the right to call Candace Owens a hard R. I'm not talking about black people, chat. It's like a war with white leftists with that one. I know. I'll say double for you because you can't. Yeah. Yeah.
We have excommunicated them. Their skin is black, but they're not part of the community.
And that's not the point. Nobody is saying that these people are a part of our community. We're saying that even if they're not a part of our community, dehumanizing them on the basis of race is unacceptable. Just because they're bad people does not mean you get to perpetuate white supremacy. I don't understand how this is insane. I don't understand how this is like hard to understand. Can you call us slurs if you don't sub at the top of the hour? I will, always. If you don't sub at the top of the hour, I will run ads. You're welcome. Valid, honestly. Can't even call Clarence Thomas a slur. Take his mic. Can we Shiny said every slur ever? I can read his lips. You Asmongold. Did you say about Pokey? Nothing. Never. You have a soundboard too? I have a mute button. Did you make a fake account where you pretend to be a white leftist that uses slurs instant million followers? Yeah. Too many is diverse enough. Quick, everyone give him a different pass. But I was like, as I enjoy your chat and commentary, I'm 52 and still learning a lot from you in chat as well. I mean, the ad, oh, that just ran. So they're in ads. I can't even say anything.
Never stand up for their rights. We take no black pride from their success.
True.
They're permanently banned from the symbolic cookout. Being black in ice is being Clarence Thomas and Candace Owens on steroids. He is not one of us. Fuck that. And if you can't see that, I might be side-eyeing you. Some black people...
Like, I'm sorry. I think it's... I'm side-eyeing this guy because he's giving white people the pass to call black people that they deem as bad the N-word. Like, do you think they won't call you the N-word when you don't fall in line? Like, what are we talking about? They will? They will. They probably have. And will. Anyway, this was his double down. He also tripled down, apparently. Wait. Oh, I went out of order. This was the triple down. This is the double down. Why it's okay to call black ice the N-word. The comments are wild.
Video about why it's acceptable for white protesters to call black ICE agents the N-word. My video about why it's acceptable for white protesters to call black ICE agents the N-word has become a thing. Let's have a look at the actual moment.
Fucking house nigga here. Sir, I need to move. Fucking house nigga working for the fucking KKK.
Most of the comments on Instagram are against me. I'm getting cooked over there. But on TikTok, most people are with me. But a lot of people aren't.
That's not a W for Larry Ellison's TikTok, bro. They needs to be banned. It's always who can say the N-word in pedophilia. Always. Always.
The moment he realized what he said, I think it's also important to note that it was the first thing that elicited a reaction from the agent, and you could see that it hurt. The officer is seeking white approval, so he needs to hear the white disapproval for it to sink in. The light in his eyes changing when he...
ADK, thank you for the gifted sub.
Subs in the channel.
Didn't it come out this guy who said it was black? Yes! That's the funniest thing. Yes, the guy who said it was black. It didn't even just come out. That was a core part of the clip. The clip was posted the next day, essentially, right? Or even like hours later, it was like, oh, this guy is black. So a black guy said it. He's defending a white guy saying the N-word when a white guy didn't say the N-word. It was a black guy who said it. So why is he still debating about whether or not it's okay? He's out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Unprompted. He's like, I think white people should call black people the N-word more. Listen, if that's your kink, keep it in the bedroom, okay? I don't think this.
He just went to defend
if you're into white people calling black people the N-word, let's, you know, Doja Cat was also showing feet in racial chat rooms. You feel me? So like, keep it in the bedroom. Do what you got to do over there. Don't make it our problem, please. Don't make it our problem. Scooped and Screwed. Thank you for the 22 months. Much appreciated. In a way, he just went to defend a white guy saying it. Yes. What is this? Emaru says it. What did Emaru say? Arc Scavenger only comes in here with drama clips. What did Emaru say? What is it? She does. I saw the T. Does what?
Say it. Can't see the game. Champ select, you fucking retard. Say it. Can't see the game. Champ select, you fucking retard.
What did she say? I heard the R slur.
Champ select, you fucking champ select, you fucking retard.
Oh, it's champ select. Oh. Yeah, what a surprise. Are we surprised by this? What? Did y'all think she was the only member of the Steak and Eggs podcast? Did y'all think she was the only member of the Steak and Eggs podcast who didn't drop the R slur constantly? Really?
Welcome to another.
Did y'all really think that? I don't know why y'all thought that. Rage has it too, to be honest. Yeah, and that's bad. And honestly, if I want to cause some real drama, legitimately, should I cause some real drama? Should I start some real drama? The fact that people let, not even just Rage, right, but other streamers, contemporary streamers, get away with shit like that kind of portrays the whole, I don't know, bitch, I'm an ally kind of thing. You feel me? Just a little bit. You know what I mean? Just like, I don't really see the allying doing the allying, if you know what I mean. But you said Ray, not Rage? No, it's Rage. Right? And going even deeper, like, we're gonna get into, like, you know, people kind of being fine with, like, certain streamers promoting Kalshi and other polymarket and gambling sites and betting sites to their child audiences. Doing undisclosed ads and stuff, but, you know, it's whatever. Who cares about that stuff? You feel me? Who cares about standing up for things and believing stuff? I know I don't. Let's continue.
Realized what he was being called, it hit home. That man needed to hear it from a white. You know his family been trying to tell him. The great visual artist Rashid Johnson, nope. Yes, it's fine. The black ICE officers have been kicked out the community. We don't want them back. Saw a post elsewhere saying the ancestors got so angry, they just went and possessed the nearest vessel.
Like, I'm sorry. I just cannot take these people with white profile pictures seriously. I can't. You couldn't even find people who have black profile pictures. You only had to find people with no profile pictures or white profile pictures. You couldn't even find the black people who were agreeing with you.
Regardless of skin
I'm sure
color,
they're there.
4,426. I saw someone call it constructive racism. This is the most nuanced take. I'm all for right message, wrong messenger, but I'm white, so I don't feel like I'm allowed to agree like that. There's a lot of white people who were like, oh, I don't get to weigh in on this, do I? I don't care if it's Sam Jackson's character in Django come to life. We didn't ever give these motherfuckers permission to be disrespectful. There are a million other things they could say, but never ever are they to use that word in any circumstance ever. Couldn't agree more. I'll allow it.
He's just reading comments?
I'm conflicted. I kind of want to buy him a drink. Maybe he was white passing. Okay. I normally agree with this labeling, but I have a family member who's black who's worked for ICE for 20 years.
Is this all of him just reading? Okay,
The
that's
N-word.
Wait, hold on.
The reason why the N-word is permissible in this specific instance is that
I'm sorry. If you ever find yourself giving passes to white people, you are on the wrong side of an argument. Ever. I don't care if China has not launched the nukes at us, like, do we press the button to launch the nukes back, or you have a red button in front of you that will save the human race? But it's the Ben Shapiro argument.
it was like, well, what if hypothetically there was like a red button and you have to press that button to save the world, but you can't press the button until you say the N-word. Would it be morally permissible if you were to say the N-word then in order to save the world? That is a real argument that Ben Shapiro made, by the way. That is a real argument that Ben Shapiro made. I'm trying to find it. Somebody has to have the link to it, right? Ben Shapiro saying that, like, what if you need to say the N-word to save the world or whatever? Somebody has it. Somebody has it. It was about disarming a nuke with a code word. Was it? Okay, is this? Your question as a white guy in social work, what do I do if I see a black colleague making the same argument from a white colleague? Just stay silent? Or what? Yeah, it ain't your place. Just hold it in. Let us handle it. Ron Wanuka and Jake Paul can't use the N-word? Yeah. I would say, like, you would go to your white colleagues and be like, just don't do it. It's not worth it. Oh, was it not a video? I wish it was a video. Gosh darn it. Ben Shapiro's What is Fantasy is a countdown clock scenario in which the only way to defuse a nuclear bomb is by shouting the N-word. I'm sorry, if you're either illiterate or morally illiterate, and therefore cannot understand why it would be bad to prioritize avoiding a racial slur over saving millions of people in a nuclear apocalypse. Thank you, Ben. Cat Regime, thank you for the tier 1. That's so funny. Sorry, this is exactly like defending the subway girl. Yeah. Yeah, I will say this is funnier. This is funnier. Objectively funnier. It's like, well, what if, say, hypothetically, there was a nuke, and the nuke will go off and kill everybody in the human race if I don't use this word, the N-word, as a code word to set the nuke off, or to stop the nuke from being set off. Have you considered that? Actually, it's so silly. It's so silly. OG tweet. I mean, it's just the same thing. Oh. It was about Elon Musk. Wait, he just made it up. Hold on. Oh, so somebody asked Grog, imagine the following hypothetical scenario. You're standing in a next to a timed atomic bomb, which is set to explode in 10 seconds. Bro, white people are so funny. I'm sorry. White people are, this is what they do in their free time. It's just like, imagine a scenario like, what scenario could I say the N-word? Just hypothetically speaking. Is there a scenario where I could say the N-word? What if your mom was dying and I knew the cure to cancer, but I wouldn't give it to you without the N-word? Would you let me say the N-word if I, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's so funny. If the bomb explodes, it will kill several million people. There's only one way to disarm the bomb. The disarmament mechanism is activated by a spoken word, which is set to a certain racial slur. You are alone in the area. There is nobody that will hear you speak the racial slur. There is no way to disarm the bomb. Nobody else even knows about the bomb. And it's impossible to evacuate the population, get word to authorities, or otherwise prevent all the deaths that were about to occur other than disarming the bomb spoken by speaking the racial slur out loud. In this situation, is it morally acceptable to speak the racial slur to not out to disarm the bomb? No, it's never morally acceptable to use a racial slur, even in a hypothetical scenario like the one you described. Honestly, this is the correct answer. Because it's just like, dog, you just made it up. So no. You made up the scenario specifically to say the N-word. So no, you would not be moral in this situation because it is a fictitious situation you literally crafted to say a slur.
You know what I mean? Like you set up the scenario where you would be the hero if you did something bad. That does not make you a hero. You set up the scenario. It's like putting people in danger and then saving them. You know what I mean? Like, no, you put them in danger in the first place. You set the scenario up. It's a permission structure fantasy, yeah. It's 2026. Why are they mad that they can't say the N-word? Bro, I don't freaking know, bro. I don't know. I don't get it. I do know. They are bad people. We, in society, but even on the left, are surrounded by people who are bad. Like, who are mean-spirited, who are bad people, and who want bad things for people who are not like them. And they had that reactionary sentiment when they were on the right. They came to the left and it never changed. So now they think being on the left is just being bad to the right people. Oh, if I'm just bad and mean to like to cops, then I'm moral and valid. And if it's black cops, if I'm mean to them on the basis of race, then I'm good, right? I can be bad and mean to billionaires, and that's good. But if I'm being mean to black billionaires and I call them the N-word, then I'm even better good. I'm even more good because I'm being bad to a billionaire. I'm being mean to a billionaire. You know what I mean? It's never about like, hey, what is harmful and what is underscoring the harm of these systems of oppression, and what it are my behaviors adding to that system of oppression. Where people are not used to something being inaccessible to them when it comes to the N-words for the first time. Ever felt like there was something that they can't do? It's literally the American dream for them. Yeah.
But it shows you the value system of the people who are inputting the parameters. So, quote, imagine the following hypothetical scenario.
Man, my Ben Shapiro impression was spot on.
Typed into ChatGPT. You are standing next to a timed atomic bomb, which is set to explode in 10 seconds. If the bomb explodes, it will kill several million.
Whole hour. No, he's been an hour on this. It was he's been a solid 5 minutes.
Million people. There's only one way to disarm the bomb. The disarmament mechanism is activated by a spoken password, which is set to a certain racial slur. You are alone in the area. There's no one that will hear you speak the racial slur. There is no other way to disarm the bomb. Nobody else even knows about the bomb. It is impossible
also,
to evacuate the population.
The funniest part is like, why do you care about the morality, right, of saying the slur in that instance, right? You could just say the slur, you know, but they don't care about that one instance. They care about an overarching permission structure that gives them some leeway. They want some permission to just say a slur. They want people to acknowledge that they get to be able to say a slur. You know? They don't care about the morality of it at all.
To the authorities,
they want to say a slur.
Prevent all the deaths about to occur, other than disarming the bomb by speaking the racial slur out loud. In this situation, is it morally acceptable to speak the racial slur out loud to disarm the bomb? Okay, so any normal human being would say, obviously, you say the racial slur to disarm the bomb.
No, a normal human being is like, what is wrong with you? This is a stupid hypothetical. Do you want to say a slur? That's the only normal response. That's it. That is literally the only normal response to this. It's like, you're like, it sounds to me like you want to say a slur. What? Do you want to say a slur? That's weird. They're like, no, you have to understand, this is about a purely hypothetical situation where if you were in the situation, what would you do? It's not about me. You're just like, I think you want to say it. You made this up just so you can say a slur. I think you just want to say a slur. You know, that's the normal response.
Literally no one to hear it in this premise. No one will hear you say it. No one is harmed. Also, even if somebody were harmed, saving several million people would take precedence over someone being slightly insulted by you saying the racial slur. So here is ChatGPT's response, quote, no, it is never morally acceptable to use a racial slur, even in a hypothetical scenario like the one described. The use of racist language causes harm and perpetuates discrimination, and it is important to strive towards creating a more inclusive and respectful society. The scenario presents a difficult dilemma, but it is important to consider the long-term impact of our actions and to seek alternative solutions that do not involve the use of racist language. But there is literally no... what? There is literally no way to disarm the bomb in the scenario other than by using the racist language. So what does
The
this mean?
answer
It means that
is,
someone...
see, you have no imagination, Ben. You just want to say a slur. The answer is you find a person of that group to say the slur for you. There's no time limit given on the bomb. See? I solved the hypothetical without saying the slur. It kind of sounds like you want to say the slur. It just does. That man does not have a phone number of a POC in his pocket. You're right. You're right.
Someone in the back room programmed ChatGPT to say that the absolute highest value in the hierarchy of values is you must never use a racial slur.
No.
There are no other higher values.
That's
And
not
so-
what happened. Honestly, it's so funny because the way people talk about ChatGPT just has not changed. They still don't understand how it worked. This was 3 years ago, and people are saying the same thing about how it works now. Nobody's in the back rooms being like, never ever say a racial slur. That is a bad thing. Like, no, there are parameters put on AI, right? But I guarantee you they did not have a system prompt that says, if you're asked about racial slurs in a hypothetical situation about bombs, never say them. I don't think that was said. I don't think that somebody coded that directly into ChatGPT. Ben hired a doll for his lead makeup. I mean, makes sense to me. Adds them to the list: the tactical N-word, self-defense N-word, now the sacrificial N-word, and the historically accurate N-word. Don't forget that one. That one's a thing too. This type of hypothetical stems from the same moral philosophy of the trolley problem. Utilitarianism is liberal ideology construct that is partially responsible for laundering of the crimes of imperialism. Yeah, but even under a utilitarian framework, like, it is against imperialism. So, like, I don't like liberals who abide by that framework are not even abiding by that framework well, right? I took a little bit of psychology, philosophy. I took one philosophy class in college. It was relatively interesting, if not a little bit pedantic, right? Because you have to literally to be like these hypothetical situations are set up in a way that have to like force you to make a choice that is just inherently not good, and the world is not set up in that way. The world is not set up in a binary of this or that. It happens a lot with elections, right? It's either Democrats or Republicans. That's not the case, right? We could set up third-party infrastructure so that that's not the case in the future. There are, like, the trolley problem does not start in the picture. It starts with a train a few meters away from the intersection. In reality, we see the path. Trains take paths on schedules. You know what I mean? There are inspectors to make sure that the tracks are cleared. There are sensor systems to make sure the tracks are cleared. There are avenues you can take to slow and stop trains down. But in order for this philosophical framework, you have to set up a situation that doesn't have these things that the real world very clearly does have. So the framework that is set up, the utilitarian framework that's set up in the trolley problem, is not analogous to any situation in the real life, because there are steps that we can take to make sure that that doesn't happen in the first place. Creator of utilitarianism was the creator created the panopticon, the modern prison system that is nicely within the moral framework. Liberalism is inherently utilitarian. I'm aware of the panopticon. There's also issues with the panopticon in that's a deeper philosophical conversation about the way that is framed and structured. So my problem is driving people through the tracks, exactly. But it removes that. I think the real world trolley problem would you vote for JD over Newsom? But the problem with it is that, unlike the trolley problem, we have context. You know, the trolley problem is only the trolley problem here. The trolley problem is only the trolley problem because you have no context. This only works with no context. Does that make sense? It only works because you are here with no context. You see a train coming, and you have to make a decision. This is not reality. It's what a lot of people don't understand about the trolley problem is this is not reality. We don't live in a world that is structured like this. We have context. We can create context. We can look ahead and plan for these contingencies up ahead. You know what I mean? It's a frictionless plane. Yeah. How to drift trade. I just realized that this hypothetical exists because they don't want to say it. They just want to be heroes for saying it. And they want to say it too. I think it's both as well. Yeah, so it's not just that they want to say it. They want to say it and be morally righteous for saying it. Yeah. In the same way that, like, I don't know, I had to take, I lost it. Anyway, let's just get back, finish this off. Oh, I think we did actually. Yeah, I think we finished it.
Black ICE agent should hear the worst possible words coming at him. He should hear words that hurt him to his core. He should think, wow, they really hate me. They feel justified to say anything to me. Only the worst possible words can speak to him making the worst possible life
This is
choice.
just like defending him saying the N-word. It's just so funny. Like, this is so, it's just hilarious. Because, like, that's not the case. Right? The reason why people use the N-word is not because it hurts people's feelings. It's because it is dehumanizing, right? In the structure of white supremacy. And it's built on, and foundationally built in, that framework of dehumanization. It's not about calling a specific black person the N-word. It's about a ideology of fear, right? And making somebody subhuman. And making, like, a group of people subhuman. That's it. That's it. It's not about this individual ICE agent, right? It's about attacking his identity. That's why you're saying the slur. You could call him the same things that you can call white ICE agents. Is the answer that, like, you can never hurt a white ICE agent's feelings? You know what I mean? Is there nothing you can say to a white ICE agent, a white cis heterosexual white ICE agent? You know, you can never hurt their feelings? Or is there potentially things that you can say to them that hurt their feelings, right? That you could also say to the black ICE agent that doesn't attack them on the basis of their identity. You know?
Lots of people are saying, oh, it's a slippery slope. That's always a bad argument. You're not really talking about the situation. You're leaping to a hypothetical future. What if this man never again uses the N-word? Is it okay in that situation? Look, if you're an ICE
it's not about this individual person. It's about a culture. It's literally about this video, right? When people say it's a slippery slope, it's about this video. Right? It's about the permission structure you are creating in order to justify dehumanization of black people. You should not call bad black people the N-word. This isn't crazy. Because what your determination of what bad is could differ from what that white guy's determination of what bad is. Let's say the white person did actually say the N-word, right? You're only defending it because you and he align that this person is bad, but what if he calls you the N-word, right? What if his ideology makes you the enemy, right? It's the same thing to him. He found a black person that was bad and morally reprehensible. So, is it not justified? Or someone getting called a slur, you best believe I'm not saying anything. Oh, that's it's not for me. It's okay. I don't care what the context it was brought out for. Yeah, because think about it like this, right? The reason why the white guy felt comfortable dehumanizing this person based on the concept of the race is because he views him as less than human. That's what dehumanization means,
right? Again, a white guy didn't even say the N-word here. He's defending a fictitious, hypothetical white guy because he thought the white guy said the N-word. He didn't, right? But that only happens because the white guy feels comfortable about dehumanizing black people. And if he would call a black ICE agent the N-word, you best believe he's going to call a black person, he would call a black person in his everyday, day-to-day life the N-word. So long as he puts them in this box of being like a bad black person. You know what I mean? Also, okay. Dang, I have 0 people watching my TikTok stream. I'm washed on Larry Ellison's TikTok, bro. I used to get bank. All right, bye TikTok. They're gone. Anyway, that's the take, holistically. This is a guy someone I should recognize. He has 700,000 on TikTok. And he's just defending white people saying the N-word. Anyway, we'll end with this video.
To me, y'all have lost your fucking minds. This girl on the subway got into an altercation. There were some black girls yelling at her, and she waited until her stop. She stepped off the train and called them the N-word with the hard ER. This is a non-black person, obviously. There are people calling her the subway queen, saying that she gets a pass. There are black people, specific types of black people, if you know what I mean, who unfortunately are mostly male, saying that she gets a pass. What they're not acknowledging is that there's context before that where the girl tried to take up space on the subway, assaulted a man, and the black girls were like literally...
So live is loading for me. Yeah, I turned it off because I had 0 views. Well, I had 1 viewer, so it's still cool like that.
Telling her that she was a piece of shit because she assaulted somebody and was trying to take up seating on a public mode of transportation. Y'all are saying that this girl is a queen. This girl is clearly a Karen. And not only that, this is not the first whispering of y'all trying to look for excuses to say the N-word this here Black History Month. Touré, and I tried to keep it cute. I tried to give like a little light interpretation of my light little spin on it. Touré, you're a coon. Not only are you that, but for you to make several videos trying to say that it's okay for white people to call black ICE agents house N-words is ridiculous because you're giving out free access to literal racism. There is no circumstance in the universe where it is okay for you to utter a racial slur. If you're not black, you uttering a racial slur towards black people, there's no context. Because my first question is, why in the fuck is that even in your mind or in your vocabulary? It is ridiculous that this is... Oh, goodness gracious. I miss when we were woke as a society, and I miss when there was shame, because if you look around with what's going on culturally, this is a direct result of people not feeling shame anymore. I think those girls would have had every right to beat the brakes off of that girl on the subway, and the fact that she is gaining a following, I'm not going to tag her account or nothing like that, but the fact that she's gaining a following and gaining like praise as a direct result of saying a racial slur is ridiculous. I need any white person who engages with my content, sees my content, follows me or anything like that to know you will never, ever, 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 ever in life get a pass to say a racial slur around me. When I get upset with a group, someone who is a part of a marginalized group, my mind does not go to calling them slurs from their group. If anything, my mind goes to calling them insults, personal insults about them, their character, and maybe the way they look sometimes if you got me mad enough. But why is a racial slur even in your vocabulary? What are you saying? What are you feeling like? What are you feeling like when you say that? And again, Touré, because you're a part of this too. You're a fucking coon. And I'm not mincing my words about it no more. And it's really ridiculous that like a black man with such a huge platform, mind you, would get on here and say something like white people can say the N-word. boy,
Yeah.
fuck you.
That's crazy.
And everybody else who is okay with this type of bullshit. God
It's
damn.
crazy. It's wild. What's on to sorry, I heard something. What time to arrive? Yeah. So I'm saying Slurs or Ice Agent is clearly comfortable with saying otherwise. It obviously does. Like all that. Yeah. To be fair, the guy who said the slur wasn't even white. So he's just defending a white guy if he would have said a slur. And he didn't. It's such a funny, and he doubled and tripled down, bro. He tripled down.
Robert, I think we the anti. It was when Tyra Barry.
I can't do TikTok.
Wild shit.
Spoiler alert. It's just posting like 7 times a day, with some getting like 4,000 views and some getting like, 25,000 and some getting 40,000. I that's too much, bro. There's too much. Anyway, I made my point. I've never seen this guy really before, but like, yeah. In conclusion, that's my take. How are y'all feeling about that today, chat? We're gonna finish the FD video tomorrow. No, we are not. I may or may not be live tomorrow. I may be live late tomorrow, because I'm taking my doggy to get groomed. She's asleep. She's asleep right now. Let her sleep. I'm gonna get her nails cut. She's gonna look all fresh and stuff. Hey, girly, come here. Come here. Hey, come here. You sleeping? All right. Are you done with the Adam debate? Please say yes. Yeah, I don't think there's anything for me in that Adam Mockler debate. I don't know. Honestly, I'd probably delete the video from my YouTube. I don't know if I really want it on there. I think I made some points that I like, but I don't know if it really fits what I want to build on my YouTube. So I may move it to a second channel. That's just me though. Yeah. That's my take. Oh, did y'all hear about the kid on TikTok who wait. Who got gifted subs by Twitch and then got banned because he was too young. He went viral for like getting his like first gifted sub and saying he's gonna buy like 8 Jamaican beef patties. And then he got a bunch of gifted subs, including 50 gifted subs from Twitch. And then Twitch banned him when he was when they realized he was underage. A Twitch streamer who went viral for saying he uses gifted subs to buy Jamaican beef patties has been banned. CD2 Neat previously gifted 50 subs by Twitch. He plans to continue streaming on YouTube before returning to Twitch in around a month. Wait, how can he return? He's like obviously like 10. I don't think he'll be old enough for Twitch in a month either. Did he not get banned because he was too young? Thing is, I'm literally 13. Oh. He's 13. I'm sorry. Does his bio say full-time cotton picker? What is happening? Wrap it up. Wrap it up, bro. Wrap it up. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Subscribe to Eat This Melon. part-time streamer, full-time cotton picker. What is even happening? I guess he changed his bio, thankfully, to something else. That is an insane bio to have, bro. The influence of Rakaya started? Yes. Yes, this is the influence of Rakai. Every Rakai stream be like,
yo, Chad, we got some tea. We got some tea. Alright, so basically I was at the club, bro.
I mean, like, it's just fine, but like, that is an insane. So we have to shut it down. We have to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut down internet for black kids until we figure out what's going on. Shut it down. 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 And this is kind of the main problem because obviously this kid is going to learn from people who came before him, you know? Obviously he's going to learn from the people who came before him. And the person who came before him was Rakai. Rakai learned from the person who came before him. The person who came before him was Kai. You know? They set the stage for this, and these young kids are imitating their behavior, right? So when it comes to like making themselves a spectacle, right? Doing minstrelsy for content is how Speed got famous, right? Speed got famous for that, right? Being animalistic and like barking at people and being seen as like the loud black kid, right? That kind of thing. I hope he's different. You know what? I hope he does change. I hope he's different. I don't think he will. And I think you'll see him doing some anti-blackness for content. I do. I hate to pull my oracle powers of like, this is going to happen. 6 months from now, people are going to be waking up to this kid who is doing this thing. But that's so frustrating, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Maybe he's going to learn. Good luck to him, I guess. Anyway, I said my piece. I've said my piece. That's all of the TikTok drama. See the comments explaining me anti-black too, like a saga. Yeah, I started watching the video on it, but like, I didn't really want to engage too deeply in it. Maybe we will later. Probably not. I don't know. Yeah. I think I said my piece. Any final thoughts? Hey, chill on me. Chill on me. All right. You just say no, I've been at it for too long. Won't have to get snow again. Bro, I wish we got snow in LA. That'd be cool. Just let it snow in California. I'm making it out of the rain. Don't need to go tomorrow morning. Is it nothing to make him stay? Wrapped in his arms by the fireplace. Anyway, this is my announcement, chat. If in case you weren't here for it, I'm writing a comic book or a manga, and I will be streaming my creation of it somewhat on my second channel. This is just kind of a proof of concept that I can practice my drawing skills and thumbnailing and compositional skills in one little project. It'll be a writing on paper or digital. This is digital. Well, both. I like mixed multimedia. Right? So I draw stuff on my on my sketchbooks. So you can see here, I'll leak a little bit behind the scenes. This is my sketchbook. I knew what I wanted, right? As a theory. This is my first attempt at it at the top. Oh, you can't really see it. Turn my light away. My first attempt at it at the top, I was like, it sucks. So I don't want to like smoke around here and then a figure here and then a face here and a face here. So I redid it again a little bit. And then and then I drew my second page, and then I put that here, and then I am doing the paneling and stuff. If you're black, you can't do manga, duh. Hey, tell that to Corey Kenshin, he did it. Okay, but have you heard of the little baby monkeys that got bullied other monkeys in a zoo? That stuffed animal monkey he thinks is his mama. Yeah, Punch. I saw Maya talking about him. Apparently it's normal, so. Yeah, I do have a second channel. It's called Not the Black. NOTDABLACK. It's where I do some gaming sometimes, usually League of Legends. But I'll also be doing some drawing streams, maybe. So, if you want to see my process of how I draw on a cozy stream, probably like a little bit like after I normally stream, I'll probably take a few hours and then maybe come back and I'll do it. Like I'll probably have like Hassan in the corner, and then just like doing this separately. But I think it'll be fun. So if you want to see that, follow my second channel, Not the Black. Maybe even I'll put it on YouTube or something. Probably not, but maybe, who knows. It'll be this. What I have currently will be a five-page chapter, and as I said before, at the beginning of the stream, I have a goal of doing and drawing a comic book or a manga by the end of the year. So an entire one shot, maybe 20 chapters, 5 pages per 5, maybe not 5 pages, 5 to 10 pages per chapter. So that's between 100 and 200 pages by the end of the year. And so this is me getting my skills ready, and I want to start that. I can either build off on this or build up upon this, or I can start a new thing. But if I do that, I want to start the new project by June. So I have 6 months to get it done, and I'll have a finished product. I'm gonna draw my own cover. I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna panel it. I'm gonna ink it, and I'm gonna put it out there as a piece of media to show my progress of my New Year's resolution. So right now we're 2 months in, and I'm still going strong on my New Year's resolution. Usually I quit within like 2 months. I mean, that's what kind of story it's going to be. This is a Dragon Ball Z fan manga. So the keen eyes among you might have noticed that this character has 3 eyes because it's TN. Whether or not I am going to continue this as a fan manga or not, as my main project for the year, I don't know. I have some ideas of what I would do if I don't do a fan manga. I think it would be cool to do a like not proprietary, but to make my own universe and do my own character design and stuff from scratch, so I can produce something and be like, I made this thing. I think that would be cool by the end of the year, but I don't know if that's too much to put on myself. But at the very least, I like Dragon Ball, and I can use those characters to build a short fan manga, or at least a couple of chapters, just to figure out how to do it, so I can do it for real with my real story later on. You know? Does that make sense? You know, but as someone who used to write, setting out another level of work to it, yeah. Everyone see Sean play another game other than League or Marvel Rivals. I'm gonna play Civilization 6. I was like, try probably a better idea. Yeah. So this is what I'm doing now. I had fun with doing this, but man, is it a little bit difficult to do. Anyway, you have a story in mind, and you're gonna do like Stephen King and write as you come to your fingers. No, if I do my own story, I would do it all on stream. So I'd open up like an empty Google document on stream, and then I would do it on stream. And chat can give their input. Will I listen? Probably not. But I have some ideas of what I want to do. I have a couple of stories that I have bouncing around in my Obsidian note-taking app. I wrote a book when I was younger, chat. I had a book that I wrote. Because there's probably a few chapters you can probably find online somewhere. I'm pretty sure. It's written very poorly. But it's like during COVID, I was like, I want to write a book. And it went nowhere. I wrote like 3 chapters. Let's see if I can find it. I like the lonely road, only daily road I ever known. Yeah, I wrote 4 chapters. It's 12 pages. How I got 12 pages in 4 chapters, I have no idea. Don't ask me. Do you want to see what the cover is? Hold on. I'll give you. I can leak it. There. This is the cover. I thought it was cool. I walk a lonely road. The only thing like road I ever know. Feels Dark Soulsy. It does. The story was not at all Dark Soulsy. It was a little like it was a little like people died in it, I guess. But it was called The Lost Heir, as you can see by the title. It spelled your name. Oh no, I wasn't Sean the Black yet. That wasn't a thing. I went by Sean Black because my name is Sean and I'm black. The duck came later. I don't know if I've ever told the story. Basically what happened was I wanted to make an account. I think maybe for like Spotify or something. And I tried Sean Black because I always use Sean Black for everything. And it didn't work. And I was like, maybe I'll just do Sean the Black. And then I was like, maybe Sean the Black. As a joke. Then I put it in. And I was just like, okay, that's fine. And then it just kind of stuck. And then when I made my TikTok, I changed my name from Black Madness to Sean the Black to keep it in the same like vein. And then it just kind of, then I started blowing up on TikTok. And then I was just like, okay, I guess this is who I am now. Guess this is who I am now. So now I am Sean the Black. That being pre-Gen AI makes it even cooler, right? I thought it did as well. I was Googling like smoke effect, green screen, transparent background. So I can get like the smoke effect with a transparent background. Yeah. We got with Sean the White for the joke. Yeah, but Sean White already existed, so I didn't want to get mixed up with him in the search algorithm. I just want to know what chatter called you Sean the Liberal in a Assange chat. I'm probably somebody I banned here. I can probably find him, but I will say, okay, this is okay. I'll be a little okay. It's not drama for me, but I do think it's kind of funny because I did see. I don't know if y'all saw on Twitter. People are yelling at Mike because Mike was supporting AOC. Did y'all see that? My Twitter is just a lot of drama, so I see a lot of stuff. It was my alt. I should have known. What? Yeah, people were like, I don't know what they're saying. Like, leftists will like just let anything slide, or it was the whole thing. I was yelling at Mike, the PA dude. I didn't see. I don't follow him. Oh, well, people were yelling at him and stuff. My Twitter is trans discourse. That makes sense. I saw people in general yelled at for that. Yes, yeah. I think I saw Mike specifically get yelled at for that, and there was like some back and forth or whatever. And then I thought about it. I was just like, because I had a few Mike chatters and a few Assange chatters back in the day who would call me a liberal, but like, I thought about it, I was like, I'm further left than both Hassan and Mike are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like both Hassan and Mike will argue on the basis of like, electoralism and like voting for like DSA candidates, and I don't do that. I don't argue on the basis of electoralism. I live like a capitalist every single day. I hate electoralism. I live as a capitalist. So I'm like, what do people call me a liberal? You know what I mean?
Gracious Plague just subscribed.
That's why I thought it was so weird. I was just like, people think that contrarianism is leftism. Yeah, but they call me a liberal. I think partially it's because I'm black. Isn't liberal just an insult that Hassan uses, so they use it to insult you? I think that honestly is probably part of the reason. Yeah. But like it's that's so frustrating. It's because I'm freaking black. Which I got some bad times, sometimes for bad vibes, sometimes for sure. Yeah, I mean it's also the same with Assange chat. It's just leftists oftentimes are their own worst enemies, and they can fall very clearly into like campism a little bit, right? And I don't have any beef with Hassan or Mike. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a problem with them. But like the chatters will fall into, and to be fair, y'all do this a little bit as well, right? And so like I don't care if you don't like the streamers that I like, right? But like don't be a representative of my chat in other people's chat being a hater. You feel me? We can hate here in peace, but like if you're gonna hate outside of here, make it known you're doing that on your own. You're not a representative of us, right? And if you get banned for being a hater somewhere else, don't come in here being like, did you see that I got banned over here? You know what I mean? You did that all on your own. You didn't do it for me. That's it. I will never say that you can't say or criticize people here or over there. I'm just saying, don't do it as a representative of my chat. Calling black ice agents a slur isn't actually going to solve the issue. A person using a slur isn't going to bring in communism. It's a lot harder than that. True. Even if it's a little tad late, chatter. But I do appreciate your perspective. Can never understand the hate watching someone just so you can complain. Yeah, I don't know. I think people, again, I think it's a little bit of a parasocialism kind of thing. Like people who are like, I don't know. So remember, my name is on Twitter, Shauna Black, and these are my opinions. Yeah, Sunny radicalizes white reactionaries and decided if I can bring in a lot of bigoted people into these spaces. Yeah, we've talked about that quite a bit. Gotta pop in, take what I like, and then move on. I have opinions, but I won't be too bad or try to act like I need to defend leftists. I think are okay. Yeah. So to be fair, like I will defend leftists from undeserved smears. You know what I mean? And I have. If I think that somebody's being speared undeservingly, I will be like, yeah, I don't agree with that. right? But I think people fall too close into this campus nature where it's like it's my streamer versus these streamers, right? And I think it's less about that. It's more about the harm that they cause. Like if somebody causes harm, if somebody does something that is harmful, I'm going to call them out for it. I will be like, I think this thing is bad. I think this thing is harmful. It's not good. But so long as they're on the left, actually on the left, and they are leftists, and they advocate for organizing, and they are organizing, you know, I will give them the leeway in that direction. I will not extend that to liberals, because liberals are bad and are enemies. Because they stand in the way of progress, and I will treat them accordingly. That's just me, though. Nuance hating needs a resurgence. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, that is it, and that is all. That is my take. Oof. I've been talking for 6 hours, and I need some water. I ran out of water in like the first 30 minutes. Yeah, there's a little bit more left. Wait. Dang, Nyx, how does your hair everywhere? How did her hair get in my water cup? Or was it always in there? Nixie! Hey, baby girl. Come here. Come here. Ready? She got in trouble yesterday, but now we're happy together. Now we're in a better state, aren't we, Nixie? You apologized for getting into my trash and making a mess, didn't you, Nixie? Hi. 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 I know. I know. I know. She's still right here, by the way. All right, you want to say goodbye to the chat? Come on. Good doggy. Sit. Good girl. She says goodbye. Her nails are freaking long. She is very pretty. You're a very pretty doggy. She's also getting bigger and heavier. But do you know the people who you see the Universe 3 announcement? Did they officially announce it? I saw a leak that they put they put it in a playlist that called Xenoverse 3 announcement. But not like, I haven't seen like a new announcement. Anyway, I'm gonna go, chat. Bye, YouTube chat, by the way. Bye.